Hello, YouTube. All right, get Facebook up. Whew. All right. Hello, my friends. Jill Osborne from the Interstitial Cystitis Network. It is Sunday. December 29th. What a quick holiday season this has been. And I truly hope that you had a wonderful and joyful holiday. For our family, it was what we call a soup and crackers Christmas because everybody was sick. So everybody stayed home, myself included. So, life is funny that way. Life is very, very funny that way. Hello, Anne. Nice to see you. We are simulcasting right now on Facebook. When I'm looking this direction, I'm looking at Facebook. When I'm looking over here, I'm looking at my YouTube stream. Hello, YouTube. All right, my friends. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm the National IC Support Group Leader. I'm the founder of the IC Network. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to be a very, 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 very difficult meeting to do because I have terrible news to share. I could have shared it last week, but I didn't want to ruin your Christmas. So it's something very, very serious to discuss. That's going to affect a lot of people potentially. But before we go there, let me just say how wonderful it is to have spent the last year and the last 30 years being a support group leader. I love my job. I love you. I love finding patients who are suffering. I love trying to make a difference in their lives. We want to give you hope. We want to give you encouragement. We want to give you comfort. We want to give you everything we possibly can to get you through this crazy journey of IC and pelvic pain. Hello, Anne. Thank you, honey. We have two Anns. I'm okay. No. It's not about me. It's about potentially you guys, some of you guys. So I'm good. Somebody thought I was going to share bad personal news. No. I'm fine. I'm alive. I'm vertical. And at this point in time, apparently I'm cancer-free. Knock on wood. That's one reason why I'm going to be so happy to see 2024 go. It was a brutal year for so many people. Okay, but we got to get serious. Because I need you to help me spread the news here. It's not, no, honey, Sue, honestly, it's about Elmiron and the eye stuff, okay? So it's not, it's okay. It's okay. So let me give you some background. The only FDA-approved medication for IC is, oral medication is Elmiron, pentosan polysulfate. Thousands of patients have used it over the years. Well, several years ago, researchers at the Emory Eye Institute had a number of women coming in who had this very, very weird eye thing going on. And they did their due diligence. They ruled out rare diseases. They ruled out genetics and heredity. And their only conclusion was that, what they discovered is each one of these patients was using Elmiron. So their only conclusion was it had to be an adverse event related to the use of Elmiron, called pigmentary maculopathy. Hello, Katie. And so they first published a case series of 6 patients just to show the types of eye damage, retinal damage that they were seeing. And then a kind of a groundswell of other researchers came in. We had researchers here in California who went back and looked at patients who were actively taking Elmiron to see if they were showing signs of retinal disease. They were, not all of them, but a good percentage of them. We did our own study on the IC network of more than 2,000 patients. Because imagine, you guys, this was crazy making. It was Labor Day weekend. Y'all were out picnicking on Labor Day or doing whatever you're doing. I was actually reading IC research that day, right here where I'm sitting now, because I had a magazine to do and I was looking for stories. And I found this little letter to the editor from some eye researchers at Emory informing urologists that they believed that they'd found a new eye disease. Now, of course, this made no sense to me. What could possibly be the connection between a bladder treatment and eyes? Made no sense to me, but the gravity of the situation was pretty severe. And so I emailed some of the top doctors in the country, Robert Evans, Robert Moulton, that group of doctors. And I said, hey, number one, do you know about this? Number two, let's credibility check this. I got 30,000 patients. Let's do a survey. And Rob Moulton helped me create that survey. We sent it out. That was the first time you all had ever heard about the Elmiron eye issue. Like, I was the person who broke that news. And some people said, you acted too soon. You should have waited a year. And my answer to that was, I believe in informed consent. I couldn't sit on that information and knowing that patients were taking a medication which could potentially hurt them. And so I chose to do that survey and to go public. Well, our survey was pretty devastating because it showed I have 2,000 patients in my Elmiron eye disease survey. Over 50%, 54% report retinal disease, some in the very first year of taking it. Now, my survey does not rule out genetics, but the data was so strong and so profound that Dr. Phil Hanna, the top IC researcher in the United States at that time, told me to send it to the FDA so that we could get a warning on Elmiron about this. Okay. Fast forward 4 years. We now have multiple studies that have proven a strong association between Elmiron use and eye disease. The company itself, Janssen Pharmaceuticals, came through with a black box warning that they put on the medication, warning patients and doctors about the risk of eye disease. And our AUA guidelines for IC that were updated last year have a big section on this saying that doctors need to educate patients about the benefits, the risk versus benefits, specifically over the use of Elmiron and the potential role that it could cause in changing your eyes. They also strongly suggest that you get eye exams before you start and then every 6 months while you're on it to monitor your eyes to make sure that nothing is happening. We have lots and lots of lawsuits that have been filed. I was served a subpoena to provide my data to the federal court in New Jersey that was running these lawsuits, these product liability lawsuits. And a lot of them, I don't know if all of them, but a great majority of them appear to have settled. Probably too soon. Because now we have a study, again from Emory, which shows, and I'm really, really sorry to say this, I'm going to try not to cry because I cried the first time I talked about this before, is that the damage is progressive even after you stop the medication, years afterwards, and that it can appear in the other eye as well. Some days I love my job, some days, stuff like this is difficult. So the name of the article is Pentosan Polysulfate Maculopathy, Final Outcomes from a 4-Year Prospective Study on Disease Progression After Drug Cessation. So I want to go through this with you, okay? So they had 12 patients that they followed over a period of 4 years. The patients were recruited anytime between 2018 and 2019. The study ended last year. They followed 23 eyes. So these were all patients who had already been diagnosed with pigmentary maculopathy. They had already stopped the medication. So the question then became, what happened to their eyes afterwards. Did stopping the medication stop the eye damage? Did it reverse the eye damage? Or did the eye damage progress? Now, interestingly, if you go back to that very first letter to the editor in the Journal of Urology years ago, this is what they talked about. They were very worried that there was a chance that the eye damage could progress over time, which is why they urgently wanted to do more research. They urgently wanted to let urologists know that they had seen this, et cetera, et cetera. So they have now finished this 4-year study. So what are the results? Of the 12 participants, 11 were female with a median age of 58. And they performed a lot of different types of eye examinations, retinal examinations. I'm not going to tell you the exact tests because I don't understand what they are, but they're basically measuring various issues associated with the retina, like the ETDRS-BCVA letter score. Okay, don't ask me what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm not an ophthalmologist. By the study's end, 5 of the remaining eyes developed new onset macular problems. Okay, now this is just the abstract, and I have the full study here too. They concluded this prospective study demonstrates continued progression of broad-ranging functional and structural deficits in PPS maculopathy long after drug cessation. These findings should inform PPS prescribing patterns, patient counseling, and disease monitoring strategies. In other words, when a doctor, urologist talks to you about possibly using Elmiron, they better damn well know this, because you need to understand that if you're taking this med, it can literally go, you could potentially go blind, but stopping the med might not stop the problem. The disease continues to progress, at least in this small sample of patients it did. So let's go through the discussion here real quick. And I'm just going to read this to you. I'm going to read this whole area to you because I think that it shouldn't be me interpreting it. I think you need to hear it from the researchers. This study provides a comprehensive longitudinal assessment of disease progression in pentosan maculopathy over a 4-year period. Our findings reveal that functional and structural outcomes continue to deteriorate many years after stopping pentosan, extending the observation of prior studies with additional testing modalities and the use of standardized testing protocols and intervals. In other words, they looked at the eyes with the same tests over time, okay? Central visual acuity in our cohort, as in prior studies, was generally well preserved in the absence of foveal atrophy. Over time, however, median acuity did decline across the group with a 4-year score change, and they give the value. Similarly, LLVA was not markedly abnormal with a median of 12 at 4 years. For context, a systematic review of 6 studies found that mean LLD in healthy control to be 10 letters. Let's see, you guys, a lot of this is really, really, really at the level of a retinal specialist. Other functional outcomes, with the exception of contrast sensitivity, also demonstrated progressive decline. Participants showed increases in RIT on dark adoptometry testing, yada, yada, yada. Also, at 4 years, the median MRS was 46 words per minute, lower in patients with non-advanced age-related macular degeneration, but 54 words per minute higher in patients with geographic atrophy. In other words, reading was affected. Patient-reported outcomes highlight the marked impact of pentosan maculopathy on patient well-being. All participants exhibited a decline between baseline and 4-year visit. All eyes at baseline demonstrated lesion growth. The median growth rate was 0.23 millimeters per year, was lower than yet comparable to others reported in literature. Additionally, 5 eyes developed new onset issues during the study after stopping the med. Disease progression following drug cessation is not without precedent. Similar findings have been observed in other toxic maculopathies, most notably hydroxychloroquine toxicity. Additionally, many other diseases demonstrate that once present, these lesions tend to exhibit continued growth. However, the precise mechanism behind pentosan toxicity and the continued progression following drug cessation is not well understood. It is also unclear whether pentosan itself or a metabolite accounts for the toxicity. Pentosan is a semi-synthetic sulfated polysaccharide that is structurally similar to glycosaminoglycans that are ubiquitous in the body. PPS is highly sulfated, imparting a high negative charge that may account for its biologic activities, perhaps leading to a disruption in normal cellular processes at the level of the retina or the photoreceptor retina interface. Findings in early PPS maculopathies, such as pigmented macular clumps, may reflect significant disease among RPE cells, and perhaps some of these cells have reached a point of no return and progressed down the pathway to cell death and macular atrophy even after drug cessation. Regardless of the mechanism, this finding of new onset atrophy years after drug cessation is an alarming one and should stimulate further investigation. For instance, to better guide screening programs and prognostication, it would be helpful to identify early signs of toxicity at which patients do not ultimately progress to atrophy if pentosan use is halted. Additionally, with these findings of continued atrophy progression, it may be worthwhile to investigate the potential role of existing therapies that may slow the progression of atrophy. Anyway. So there are some limitations with the study. It's obviously a small study. I'm sure that those who support the use of Elmiron will pick this apart in various ways. Their ultimate conclusion is the finding of this study suggests that pentosan maculopathy continues to progress many years after drug cessation, with broad-ranging and disabling impacts on the retinal structure and visual function. The majority of eyes exhibited macular cirrhora by the final study visit, with some developing new onset atrophy years after stopping the medication. The study highlights the importance of judicious pentosan use and screening programs to avoid this condition. Further, these natural history findings may inform future therapeutic approaches to mitigate the long-term impact of pentosan toxicity. Oh, dear gods. Exactly what we hoped would not happen has happened. So I got some pictures here to show you. Pictures from the study. Okay. So let's look at this study, at this picture. This is one patient at the beginning of the study. Remember, she'd already been diagnosed with pigmentary maculopathy, so this was her diagnosis first. At 2 years, you can see that some of these sections have merged together, like their little dots here. And by 4 years, look at that. And very similar to their first case series. This is patient 4. This is an early picture. This is at the end of the study. Early picture, end of the study. And then this is a three-dimensional look at the retina from the side. I mean, look at this, guys. Heartbreaking. The note says, new onset, complete retinal pigment epithelium and outer retinal atrophy. But the retina has atrophied. That's what they call C-rura. Listen, if you don't want to hear somebody swear, just close your ears right now. And I just say, God damn it. Damn it. This is exactly what we did not want to have happen. And my heart breaks. My heart breaks. Cindy says here, I have damage to my retinas in both eyes. I was on Elmiron for 20 years. It's been about 4 years. It seems stable so far. So back when we first did this, you know, we first started talking about this, you know, was there any data that would show from any of the other instances of pigmentary maculopathy being caused by other medications? And one of the medications, I think it was hydroxychloroquinolone, whatever, however you say it. I think it showed that like by year 6 or 7, maybe things started to get a little bit better. Don't quote me on that, but I remember reading that in one of the studies that they were hoping that perhaps over an extended period of time, the retina would have an opportunity to heal. This is showing instead that the retina appears just to be atrophying. Jana says, I'm lucky. I've been on Elmiron for almost 25 years and you've not had trouble with your eyes. Jana, I hope you're getting your eyes checked. I hope you're getting your retinas checked. You need to be getting your retinas checked every year, ideally every 6 months, because this is devastating. Now, here's the challenge. For those patients who were in the lawsuits, a lot of you have settled already. And once you settle, you settle. Would your settlement have been different if you knew that the damage could progress over time? Oh, hell yeah. So if you are in the process right now, if you are in litigation regarding this, it is very, very, very important that you show this study to your attorney so that they can negotiate a fair outcome. Cindy said, you've not done the lawsuit. Should you? Hell yeah. Honey, you've got eye damage. You've got damage. You're not the only one. Lots of patients over time have had damage. Our study of 2,000 patients showed, 54% of patients using Elmiron developed retinal disease. But again, our study did not rule out genetics. I think so. The other clinical studies are at about 30%. I know that the Northern California Kaiser study was like at 30%, but they didn't go back and look at patients who had stopped the medication. So, you need to read about this. You need to be informed about this. You need to push back if a doctor says it's safe. Because this study shows that it has the potential of atrophying your retina. And it's not the only drug that has done that. This is they call it a toxic maculopathy. There is a very, very interesting, so the first inkling that we had here, Cindy wants, yes, the short title is pentosan polysulfate maculopathy outcomes after cessation. And it was just put out 2 weeks ago. Wendy asked, what are the alternatives to Elmiron? Well, it depends upon your phenotype. So Elmiron is going to be ideal for somebody who, let's say they've got the bladder wall phenotype, estrogen atrophy, gives you a little bit of extra protective coating on the bladder wall. On the bladder wall. And so most of the patients who have stopped Elmiron have switched over to the chondroitin-based supplements like Bladder Builder, Bladder Rest, or Cystoprotect. Those are because chondroitin also has a similar coating effect. At least we think it does. We believe that it does. Chondroitin, liquid chondroitin, is used as a treatment for IC throughout the world, not in the United States, but through the rest of the world it is pretty much. And so the assumption is because chondroitin is a building block of the bladder wall, if we give the bladder some chondroitin, it can coat the bladder. And so many patients have been migrating off of Elmiron for a year. People started getting off of Elmiron years ago just because it was too expensive. It was just the price went way, way, way up, and it was just completely outside the financial resources of many, many patients. So this is not new. That was before we knew about the eye issue. But now that we know about this eye issue, it is, it's yet heartbreaking. Okay, so it was a ophthalmologist at Harvard University who gave us the first inkling that Elmiron-associated eye disease could be progressive, because she had a patient come in who had very clear dysfunction in one eye. Very, very clear dysfunction. And so she did her routine retinal test. She looked at genetics. She looked at heredity, all of that, found nothing. And the only thing that she could conclude in this patient is that it was a toxic maculopathy, that this patient had been exposed to a chemical which had damaged her eyes. Okay. Well, then years later, the patient comes back and it's in the other eye. And again, the doctor does a full workup looking for retinal diseases, looking for genetics, hereditary diseases, again, finds nothing, and assumes that this is a toxic maculopathy, that this is a result of being exposed to a chemical which has somehow damaged her retina. And then shortly after that, the first case series about Elmiron-driven eye damage came out. And she went back to that patient's record, found that patient had been on Elmiron, and that the profile fit Elmiron pigmentary maculopathy. And she became one of those patients. Well, here's the kicker about that story. She stopped the medication the first year, and yet years later, it showed up in the other eye. So I will put the link to this study. I will be doing an article on this on the IC Network website this week for sure, probably tomorrow. I will give you all the links to the research so that you can read about this yourself. I want you to print out the paper or the abstract. I want you to give it to your doctors. And educate patients. Now, again, this is like roughly 33, 35, whatever percent of patients who have this happen. But I guess that I would ask you, in all honesty, would you take a medication knowing that you could potentially go blind from that medication? I don't know a single person who would say yes to that. If you would do everything to save your eyesight. And so when we look at our national guidelines, the American Urology Association guidelines for IC, one thing that they've said for the last decade is we want to do the safer things before we do the riskier things. We want to do the treatments with the fewest risk of adverse events before we do treatments with significant risk of adverse event. And Elmiron is no longer recommended as a treatment in the AUA guidelines. The AUA guidelines only have 2 recommended treatments. They say, number one, if you have Hunner's lesions need to be treated with the correct lesion-specific therapy. And number two, if you have tight pelvic floor muscles, you are to be treated with physical therapy. Those are their only two recommendations. Because, of course, now we know that 85% of IC patients don't have a bladder problem, that their bladder is being victimized by a neuromuscular disorder, which brings up something else completely new. Where is it? We have a new name. We have a new name, my friends. Remember, we've been talking that most of the world isn't using the name interstitial cystitis anymore. The new name as of last year is myofascial urinary frequency syndrome. In other words, these are patients who have very, very tight muscles that are now causing their that are affecting the nerves in their bladder, giving them all the symptoms of frequency urgency. Now, Cindy says, have you ever heard of a correlation of Elmiron to colitis? Absolutely, yes. And I did a big article on that either earlier this year or last year. That was something else that this fabulous team of researchers at Emory discovered, is that for the patients who were demonstrating retinal damage, they also suffered from inflammatory bowel disease. And some had to have sections of their bowel removed. I've worked with some of those patients. The question is why? And let me pull that up. So, so our challenge here, do the benefits of this medication outweigh the risks? And I just, at this point in time, all right, here, hold on. Let me find that article and I can. Let's see here. All right, here it is. So in June of 2023, researchers at the MRI Center studying retinal disease have made another remarkable finding that some IC patients using pentosan polysulfate, also known as Elmiron, are struggling with inflammatory bowel disease, some so severe that colectomy, removal of a section of the colon, was required. Elmiron is the only FDA-approved medication for IC. Approved in 1996, it was a primary treatment given to patients for many years. In 2018, MRI researchers discovered a new retinal disease associated with its use, pigmentary maculopathy. Multiple studies in the past 4 years have established a strong association between the medication and eye disease, which resulted in a black box warning that retinal disease is a potential adverse effect. In the performance of that research, Emory researchers also began tracking inflammatory bowel disease in the same population of patients. And in May 2023, they released their first case series, a study of 13 patients, of whom 11 developed symptoms, including abdominal pain, cramping, and diarrhea, suggestive of IBD or IBS after beginning pentosan therapy. 10 patients had abnormal mucosal changes in their colon, and 6 had abnormal appearing colonic mucosa in endoscopy. Notably, after Elmiron was stopped, all patients had improvement in both their symptoms and the lining of their colon. Now, they weren't the first. In 2005, gastroenterologists at Texas A&M published 2 case studies, which they believe showed a causal relationship between pentosan use and colitis. Number one, a 29-year-old woman developed bloody diarrhea and cramping abdominal pain 1 month after starting the medication. A sigmoidoscopy found small ulcers and friable tissue, in other words, red bleeding tissue. Colonoscopy revealed colitis extending from her rectum to her transverse colon. Biopsies confirmed active colitis, but her symptoms completely resolved when she discontinued pentosan use. A repeat endoscopy and biopsies found a total resolution of the colitis. The second case series was a 59-year-old woman with a history of IBS, developed increased diarrhea and lower left quadrant abdominal pain 2 weeks after starting the medication. A colonoscopy revealed ulceration. Biopsies were confirmed moderately active colitis with fibrosis and necrosis, which is tissue death. And when she stopped the med, her symptoms went away. And then in 2015, 10 years later, researchers at the University of Missouri and UC Irvine published a case study of a 32-year-old woman. Here, hold on a sec. Who had diarrhea for 7 months. She had abdominal cramping, loose bloody stools with approximately 20 bowel movements per day. Holy moly, that's awful. They attempted treatment with several meds. However, when the Elmiron was discontinued, her symptoms resolved over a period of 2 weeks. In 2022, researchers in Oregon at the Oregon Health and Science University searched electronic medical records at 2 care centers to identify patients using pentosan who had a diagnosis of Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. They found 30 patients who met that criteria, 10 of whom had colonic dysplasia. Now, dysplasia is an area of the lining of the colon where the cells become abnormal and could actually become cancerous over time. 60% of these patients required colectomy. The authors said, quote, the presence of mucosal inflammation is a known risk for the development of colorectal cancer. Dysplasia is a precursor for IBD colorectal neoplasia. Thus, early identification is critical. And then we have the Emory studies in 2023. And so the question is why? It's unclear whether pentosan itself or a metabolite is causing both the eye and gut effects. One theory suggests that it could be a chemical injury. In animal studies on inflammatory bowel disease, researchers used the drug dextran sodium sulfate to artificially induce intestinal inflammation. Pentosan polysulfate is also a sulfated polysaccharide with a similar structure. So the question is, could this be injuring tissue over time? This must be confirmed in additional research. The researchers at Emory state that more research is needed to establish a causal relationship between pentosan and colopathy, yet they do suggest that their data is concerning, if not just for the fact that prior IC studies only found a prevalence rate of 2% IBD, while their study showed an 85% rate. Further research is currently underway to explore this relationship. Okay. Yikes, my friend. Here, I need to get a drink. Hold on a sec. Deep breath. You know, the most important story that I have ever shared on the IC network as a group leader is this study. And why am I so passionate about it? Because I believe in informed consent. I believe that you deserve to know ahead of time if a medication has the potential to harm you. That's the one thing my degree in pharmacology gave, and one of the things my degree in pharmacology gave me is the concept of informed consent. So let's go back now and let's see what you guys are saying. Sherry said, well, Cindy said, I have damage in, here, hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry, my mouse died on this computer, and so I'm using a backup mouse, and it's not particularly accurate. Cindy said, I've damage to my retinas in both eyes. I was on Elmiron for 20 years. It's been about 4 years. It seems stable. Cindy, for anybody who is pondering litigation on this, you got to understand the statute of limitations may have already run out in your state. Do not wait. Some states it's 1 year, some states it's 2 years, some states it's 5 years. And so if you have diagnosed damage to your retina with this diagnosis, it's important that you call a legal firm that is representing patients in your area, and let's make sure your statute of limitations hasn't already expired. Sherry says, can one eye be affected more than the other eye? Yes. Sylviane said, I have damage in both eyes, a lot of difficulty with my eyes. Took Elmiron for 17 years. Wendy says, what are the alternatives to Elmiron? Again, there's no traditional medication that does the same thing, though you could do a bladder installation that will coat the bladder. An Elmiron bladder installation might be safe because you're not swallowing it. It's not absorbing. But if you're swallowing a medication, it gets distributed throughout your entire body. Susan said, just an FYI, Dr. Evans put this new oxonic interstim in me 2 weeks. It has not helped me at all. I still have urgency, frequency, and pain. I know he said that there's nothing out there for IC pain. Is that true? Well, it depends upon where the pain's coming from, hon. I mean, pain could be coming from very, very tight muscles. Pain could be coming from an injured, damaged nerve. So pain could be coming from the bladder wall if you have estrogen atrophy. I mean, this is why phenotyping is so important. We need to understand the underlying cause of your symptom. Patricia said, I use Cystic Q. Have you heard of this? Cystic Q is a very old supplement. It was really the first supplement that came out other than Desert Harvest Aloe 30 years ago. I worked with that company for many, many years. It is not a chondroitin-based supplement, though. So Cystic Q functions more as an antihistamine because of the quercetin. So it's not discussed very often in the IC world now that we're phenotyping. I mean, if you have a history of allergies, and if allergies make your symptoms worse, then doing quercetin makes sense. But all the other bigger, much more well-known supplements like Bladder Builder and Bladder Rest, they all have quercetin in them. The company that created Cystic Q actually went bankrupt like 2 years ago. And then a new company ended up acquiring their assets. And I have not worked with that new company. I don't know what they're doing. Sylviane says, I'm terrified what will happen with my eyes down the road. I agree, honey. I don't think you need to be I mean, you know, I'm terrified that I might have breast cancer come back. Okay. We can't live there in our brains. It's not healthy. Life is life. God didn't promise us that we'd be perfectly healthy to the end of our days. We all face our own challenges. We all face illness. We all face injury. It is the price of living the life that we are living today. We have to put this into context. Number one, we have all of our limbs. Number two, this is not fatal in any way, shape, or form. Number three, there is hope. There is always hope because we've got this fabulous research team at Emory studying that. And so I don't want you to live a life in fear. Life is too short. Like I don't know about you, but I'm ready to change in 2025. 2024 was a terrible year for me. Terrible. Worst year of my life. The last year and a half been the worst 18 months of my life, starting with the death of my parents, ending up with almost dying from the COVID vaccine, in between having a double mastectomy, and I'm telling you, my incisions still hurt a lot. That's why you see me rubbing them. I apparently have post-mastectomy pain syndrome. But we have to put this into context here. Rather than focusing on the negative, rather than worrying, which is just giving away your time and energy, you have to ask yourself, what can I do right now, this very moment, to feel better? What can I do right now to support my health? What can I do right now that will give me some comfort this afternoon? We cannot spend our lives reminiscing about a sad past, nor should we spend our lives worrying unnecessarily about what could happen in 5 or 10 years. It's in God's hands. It's in your faith's hands. It is destiny. what we have in our hands right now is the ability to help those around us. We have in our hands the ability to nurture our families and friends. I'm over social media. I'm over gaming right now. It's just so pointless and harmful to my soul. I have to do things that give me comfort. And what gives me comfort is being outside. What gives me comfort is being in the sun. What gives me comfort is being and talking to real people. And that's kind of something, listen, 2025, new year, time to make changes, my friend. We're not going to keep doing the things that didn't work. We need to do things. We need to change things up. If you're not feeling right now, if you're feeling poorly right now for one reason or another, what are we going to do in 2025 that's different? What are we going to do in 2025 to change our future? Well, number one, we're going to eat better, lose the junk food, lose the fast food, lose the sugar. I didn't know that sugar feeds cancer. I had no idea. And it does. It does. And so my sugar intake is way, way down. And artificial sweeteners, really strongly linked to cancer. We already know artificial sweeteners irritate the bladder pretty badly. So it's about eating simple, fresh, healthy food. Like, bake a chicken, saute some carrots and zucchini, steam up some broccoli, make some rice. You're good. You don't need to go buy a packaged meal that has a lot of crap in it. I think another important thing we got to make sure that we're exercising. It's really easy to sit inside in pain. Believe me, I've been doing a lot of that since my surgery. When you walk, when you exercise, you produce endorphins, your body's natural painkillers. And I know it's hard to get up, and I know it's hard to put your snow gear on or whatever, your coats on. But if you can just walk out your sidewalk, walk up and down your street. I walked up and down my street 10 times before this meeting. You should have seen my hair. It was out to here. It's hysterical. Even if you don't feel good, move. And it's also really, really, really important to start working on that anxiety. All my listen, guys, y'all know I have nothing to hide here. I am a widespread pain patient. I have anxiety disorder. I have had anxiety disorder since I was a child when I was attacked by a rapist murderer. I have lived with anxiety for many, many years. My anxiety has been very, very controlled. Until this year, being diagnosed with cancer, now all my medical anxiety is back. And I am starting EMDR therapy on January 3rd because I want to nip this in the bud because I don't want to live with anxiety anymore. I don't want anxiety limiting my life. When you're anxious, your brain intensifies pain and makes it worse. That's what adverse events and trauma do. It amplifies pain. Anxiety amplifies pain because your brain is going, ooh, she's scared. This must be really life-threatening. Let's intensify it to make sure that she runs away. That's just fight or flight. The problem is we can't necessarily run away. We got to get out of the anxiety. Do your deep breathing. Do your mindfulness. Let's just take a deep breath right now. I could use one. Let's go in. And out. Let's do it again. Let's just go in for 3. And out for 3. Let's do a couple affirmations. I can do all things through my faith, which strengthens me. Insert your faith. And if you're not religious, that's okay. You can say nature. I can do all things through nature, which strengthens me. Instead of telling your brain you're weak, tell your brain you're strong. I can do all things through my faith, which strengthens me. It's one of my favorite ones. I say that almost every day. There's another one. Every day, in every way, my life is getting better. Every day, in every way, my life is getting better. I'm not going to say it's getting worse. If you keep saying things are getting worse, you become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Visualize success. Imagine an easy doctor's appointment. Imagine a treatment that works for you. Imagine a surgery that's successful. Imagine a job interview that's successful. Imagine having a wonderful day. And my all-time favorite one, I was telling a young neighbor who's in high school, be bold, and mighty forces shall come to thy aid. Be bold, be bold. You know, when I was a kid, the only job for girls was nursing or teaching. That was it. Because I'm 64, guys. I was born in 1960. We had no aspirations. We were never encouraged. We barely had high school sports. We didn't even have soccer. When I started the IC network, well, actually, very, very funny story. When I decided that I didn't want to do animal research and I went back to grad school, I worked for Social Security for a year. And work was piece of cake. It was so easy. I was a black lung specialist. Trying to sort patients who were struggling with black lung disease. Who knew there was no black lung disease in California? So I ended up doing a lot of overpayment investigations, people who were stealing money. It was fascinating. Anyway, I just started calling people. I didn't want to do things through the mail. I just picked up the phone and called people, and just like, hey, this patient, yada, yada, yada. What can we do about this? And I was very successful until I called a top secret phone line in the federal government. It was hysterical. And this guy answered the phone and it's like, who are you? Where are you calling from? Let me talk to your supervisor right now. Like, whoops. Anyway, be bold. So when I started the IC network, man, I just called researchers. You can call researchers. You can send them email. Don't sit at your home and feel like you're powerless. You're truly not powerless. There are things that you can do. You can, if you see, like if you have an eye issue and you want to learn more about it, you could call Emory. You could. Be bold. Be bold. We've got to inspire the next generation and teach them how to be bold and to teach them how to learn and to educate themselves, because we're having a real problem getting education levels up there. So with treatments, for example, if a doctor says, hey, I want you to try this new treatment, your immediate response is going to be, okay, give me the name. I'm going to research it. What can you tell me about it? What does it do? What's its method of action? Okay, what are the adverse events? What could happen? I made a mistake earlier this year. They started me on a different blood pressure medication called amlodipine. And because all my medical anxiety is kind of back, I was just like, give it to me and I want to run. I didn't even ask questions about it. Took it for a month. Shut my thyroid down completely. That was my bad. I violated my own rule. Man, you got to learn about stuff before you do it. And don't ever, ever, ever let anybody put anything in your bladder without telling you what it is and what is it supposed to do. And for young people out there, listen, it's hard when you got IC and you go to a doctor and they don't talk to you. They don't educate you because you're so young. They don't think you get it. You got to step up and be a real strong advocate and say, "Hey doc, listen, I've done my research. I've learned about IC. I know my basic treatment options. Can you please explain to me why you want to try this specific treatment?" If you have a doctor, for example, say, "Hey, let's do interstim, let's do neuromodulation," your answer back is going to be, "Well, I want to read about it more. I want to learn about the adverse events more. And I want to know, is it approved for IC? No. Can it reduce pain? Not usually, et cetera, et cetera." So we are doing for 2025, we're being strong. We are walking with our heads held high, our shoulders back, Wonder Woman position, and engaging and communicating and not being a victim anymore. Not being a victim. I listen, I've worked with a lot of patients over the years, and there are some patients out there who are beaten into submission by family, by history, by doctors, etc. And I don't want you to feel like the rest of your life will be this way. The only shot you lose is the shot you don't take. That's the theme of life. You get into it, you get out of life what you put into life. And so I don't want you to sit at home and just be on TikTok all day. Pointless. I need you to stand up and be counted and do the things that you need to do to support your health. I need you to make healthy food. I need you to do your laundry. I need you to work when you can. I need you to look for side hustles. I need you to educate and inform others. I need you to help others. I need you to be kind. Sue says, "I hope I have dodged a bullet when I was on it. It caused a lot of side effects, including severe diarrhea, nausea, and some hair loss. Um, I don't think I was on it for more than 2 years." Yeah, and a lot of people ask me, "Jill, did you ever take Elmiron?" And my answer was no, because as a pharmacologist, my pharmacology training made me go, I'm not sure about this method of action. Because if you swallowed a Band-Aid, would you expect it to come out the other end of Band-Aid? And the answer, of course, is no. We have digestion. And the bioavailability of Elmiron is very poor. Like 92 to 94% of it is destroyed by digestion. We call this drug delivery system. The drug delivery system of Elmiron is poor when done by mouth. Most of it, the great majority of it, well over 90%, is destroyed by digestion. And so because of that, you have to take a lot of meds over time for it to build up in the bladder. And I think that's where we've gotten in trouble now with this eye disease and this inflammatory bowel disease. Interestingly, years ago, I mean, because, guys, you got to understand, pharmaceutical companies are in the business to make money. We all know that. We all know that. Pharmaceutical industry is a for-profit industry. And any chance that they have to sell more, it's a good thing because they make more money. And this is a pattern across the entire industry. So interestingly, there was what we call a dose ranging study with Elmiron, testing 300 milligrams a day, 600 milligrams a day, 900 milligrams a day to see which was the most effective. And obviously, that the advocates for Elmiron wanted the 900 to be the most successful, but it wasn't. It wasn't. The 300 milligram a day was the most successful. And they published that study, which was interesting. I would have thought they would have suppressed that study. So more is not always better. More is not always better. Lori says, "Makes perfect sense. My pelvic floor physical therapist does myofascial release, which helps my tight muscles. Where the heck do these tight muscles come from and why don't they go away?" Lori, sometimes they don't go away because there's a problem with how you walk, problem with a foot, a knee, a hip. For me, it's my SI joint. So anytime muscles do not respond to therapy, we're always going to step away from muscles and look at bones. Lori says, can you take bladder builder every day? Yes, that's what it's for. Will the PEA in it help with bladder spasms? PEA calms nerves down. Does it interfere with any prescribed medications? Not that I know of. But I think you need to look at the medications that you're currently taking to see if there are any known interactions. There's no way that I can answer that question for you. Lori says, can any of the ingredients in bladder builder cause anxiety or make anxiety worse? Not that I know of. I've never had anybody in 4 years say that. You could be having what we call a paradoxical reaction if that happened to you. You know, there are medications that, let's see, a paradoxical reaction is when a medication causes exactly the opposite of its intended effect. So that there are medications that are designed to calm you down, but for some people, they make you very, very hyper. That's a paradoxical reaction. So there is always a possibility that there might be an ingredient in there that might be triggering for you. It's hard to say. There's no way I can tell you that. Lori says, I take hydroxyzine and it helps so much, but I'm so tired through the day. Got any suggestions? I know you've taken it in the past. Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. Comes in two forms, Atarax or Vistaril. Atarax is hydroxyzine hydrochloride. Vistaril is hydroxyzine pamoate. Hey guys, this is what happens when you're in a support group meeting with somebody with a pharmacology degree. I look at the drugs and the science. Anyway, hydroxyzine hydrochloride is the generic form more now. It's known for causing more adverse events. I know I took one or two and I couldn't tolerate it. Hydroxyzine pamoate, which comes in capsules, is kind of a cleaner, purer version of hydroxyzine that is not known for causing more adverse events. So my doctor switched me over to hydroxyzine pamoate very, very quickly. That is a general rule that's been common now in the last 20, 25 years. But you don't take it during the day. Like normally hydroxyzine is only taken at dinner time. So Lori, she's taking 25 milligrams at night. Okay, so you could try at dinner time rather than before you go to bed. Why don't you take it around dinner time? I took mine at dinner time. If I took mine before I went to bed, it was much harder to wake up in the morning. You know, so you can talk to your pharmacist, see what your pharmacist suggests for reducing that sedation. Maybe you could reduce the dose. They gave me the 25 milligram pamoate capsules, but they also asked me to open the capsule and I would dissolve it in a half a cup of water, stir it up because it's not water soluble. So you have to stir it up to get a good suspension. Pour a quarter of a cup out, drink that, put the other quarter of a cup back in my refrigerator. And I ended up getting roughly 12 milligrams a night. And that was very tolerable for me. So you could ask your pharmacist if maybe the dose might be a little bit too strong for you and if you could do something like that. See what your doctor says. See what your pharmacist says. Okay, my mouse is being funky. Come on, mouse, behave. Can is, how much does systemic inflammation affect IC and the gut inflammation, the microbiome imbalance? Those are excellent questions. We're just learning a lot more now about the urobiome in IC patients, that the use of antibiotics cause the growth of a pathogenic lactobacillus called Lactobacillus inners. Lactobacillus inners has been found in the bladders of patients with the bladder wall phenotype. It's not found in patients with pelvic floor. It's not found in patients with widespread pain. It has been found in patients who are bladder wall centric. And so that's new research that is emerging from UCLA and the lab of Dr. Anne Lenore Ackerman. Therese says she tried bladder builder, couldn't stay on it long enough due to stomach upset, would rather take the most important supplements individually. which would be the most important one. So, Therese, when people, call me and they want to know about the supplements, and we phenotype them first, I try to phenotype them first because, hello, if you're pelvic floor driven, you need to put your money in physical therapy, not in bladder wall supplements. That's for sure. The thing about Bladder Builder is that it has probiotics in it, and some people flare with probiotics. That's an antihistaminic reaction. And so I always say, can you eat yogurt? And if they say no, then I say Bladder Builder's not for you because it has the same probiotics in it. And we usually suggest Bladder Rest, which is a really simple, clean, pristine formula for patients who are very, very sensitive to other ingredients. The other thing, of course, any of the chondroitin supplements, any pretty much can cause stomach upset. Doesn't matter if it's aloe, it doesn't matter if it's chondroitin or any of the other ones. So we always suggest, starting with one capsule, taking it with food and not on an empty stomach. So Therese says, what are the most important supplements individually? Which is the most important one to take? It depends on your phenotype, honey. If you have estrogen atrophy and we're trying to coat the bladder, then you're going to chondroitin. If you have widespread pain and vulvodynia, IBS, along with IC, it's going to be Peora, palmitoyl ethanolamide, which calms nerves down. Those are, and now if you have Hunner's lesions or if you have a lot of inflammation, it's lactoferrin. Those are the three distinct active ingredients that we're looking at now because we've learned a lot in the last 20 years. That's the one good thing about 2024 is we've had really, really good IC research. Lori says, what is EMDR therapy? EMDR therapy is a therapy designed for anxiety disorder, and it's a rapid eye movement or finger movement that has been found to be very, very successful in kind of retraining your brain over moments that cause a lot of anxiety. So quite a few patients have already done EMDR therapy. I haven't done it. I'm doing it for the first time, and it's going to be interesting. I will keep you guys informed. Sherry said, my stomach has been upset. My GI tract naomi, my hemorrhoids are bleeding. I am on a hormone blocker. It's really messed up my IC. So Sherry, the hormone blockers, if you're on something to restrict estrogen, then that puts you into menopause, which makes your bladder wall thinner and more vulnerable. So diet's really important for you right now because your bladder doesn't have a lot of mucus in it to protect itself. Okay, let's go over to YouTube here. You guys, thank you, YouTube. You're making me work. Woo, I am talking fast today. Danielle said she had the allergy skin test done and no allergy, but had autoimmune urticaria. It's an allergic disease. Chronic hives spontaneously go years without, and then they pop up again. Her late mother had the same thing. Yeah, genetics matter. That's for sure. Genetics really matter. Okay, let me just put, first I was cold and now I'm hot. I gotta get my hair off of my neck. All right. Yes. All right. Lori says Pedialyte icy friendly. I think you won't know until you try it. You could always dilute it with water if you're worried about that. Tan says, I'm starting a lifestyle diet and exercise program this year. I'm studying for the LSAT for 2026 left. You go, girl. Go, go, go. Go for it. You're dealing with multiple chronic symptoms, chronic fatigue, thyroid disease. Me too. I'm trying to get medical help and I'm trying different things. I am hopeful and optimistic things will get better as long as we keep trying. Absolutely. I am so freaking proud of you for going studying for the LSA. I was just thinking, I've been watching, I am newly in love with Billy Bob Thornton, who is a fabulous actor, and he's in the movie the the new series on Netflix, Land War, something like it's about the oil industry. Anyway, I started rewatching his series Goliath, where he plays an attorney, a disgruntled attorney who's gone through some serious challenges, thinking, Jill, you could have gone to law school if you'd. I actually thought about it at one point in time when I gave up pharmacology. It's like you could have done that. You can do it. I mean, just be bold. Just try new stuff. You know? I'm 65. I'm 64. I'll be 65. Like, I still want my PhD. I couldn't do it because my IC was so bad. I'd love to go get a PhD right now. I just can't justify the money. Money's got to stay my retirement fund because I don't know if we're going to have Social Security in a couple of years. Teresa said, what are my thoughts on aloe? It seems to help me. Aloe can be soothing. But it's not, you got to remember your bladder's not made of aloe, so it's not going to repair anything. It might have some mild antibacterial, antiviral effects. But it's, we don't have any published studies showing aloe is successful at reducing the symptoms of IC. If you looked at any of the medical journals, and let me just do it again, there's not a single published study. Here, I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to the National Library of Medicine, and I'm going to type in aloe interstitial cystitis. Here's a study on aloe in the treatment of psoriasis. And a weird phytotherapy and uro-oncology. Oh, here, hold on a sec. Hold on. Oh, I see. Hold on. Let me look. I had a typo. No, there's not a single study of aloe with interstitial cystitis. Yeah. And so, if we had more published research showing that it was helpful, I would say go for it. In contrast with Cystoprotect, we have a couple of large studies that were published, 250 patients who took it 6 months, which showed that a significant number genuinely did get better. And that was published in the Canadian Journal of Urology several years ago. And so, we have to be conscious of the fact that money is very tight for the great majority of patients. And I would rather you put your money in something where I've got published data showing success. Lactoferrin, we had a fantastic new study with lactoferrin. It's a small study, but it showed that red inflamed bladders became peak and healthy after 4 months of lactoferrin use. And Hunner's lesions apparently disappeared. They said something like almost impossible to see, something like that in the published data with the lactoferrin study. They also measured inflammatory markers, inflammation levels before and after treatment, and inflammation had dramatically improved after lactoferrin use. So the fact that it showed red inflamed bladders becoming pink and healthy, the fact that it reduced inflammation, that's where I'm going to put my money. Okay, hold on. Lori says, is lactoferrin good to take every day for an IC bladder? Will it help with spasms? Lactoferrin is an essential part of your immune system. It is a protein found in colostrum. It has natural antibacterial, antifungal and antiviral effects. We have our first IC study with lactoferrin, which was patients used it 4 months. And the data was just fantastic that 28 out of 31 didn't have flares afterwards. Their bladders had become pink and healthy. Hunner's lesions almost completely resolved. But we don't have any long-term data. I will tell you that because lactoferrin is found in milk, it's not a synthetically manufactured drug. The majority of studies out there show no adverse events with it. So would it be safe for long-term use? I don't see how it wouldn't be, given that it comes from milk. Let me see if I can find a study. Lactoferrin long-term use. Oh, this is just a lot of research. Good research. Human milk protein. Fecal lactoferrin early predicts long-term outcomes in ulcerative colitis. Immunonutrition for preterm infants. To boost or reset the role of lactoferrin in energy metabolism. You go through the research. PubMed.gov. That stands for Publication Medicine. PubMed.gov. You can look at the research yourself. I haven't taken mine in a couple of days. I just forgot. I need to go back and take it. Hello, Linda. Linda says, is lactoferrin 95 the best for me to buy? I'm going to take this information to my urologist. It's the best one I could find, hon. It's the best one I could find. You know, as I said earlier, I did not want to use a milk product from America because we are having so many problems with bird flu now in our milk supply. We just had yet another warning, a bird flu found in raw milk in grocery stores. And so I decided that I did not want to bring in a American domestic related milk product. So I get our lactoferrin from Australia. Tanis, can I tell you what hydroxyzine? Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine that has been suggested to IC patients for 25 years. I took it for about 8 or 9 years myself. Right now in our guidelines, it's really only suggested for patients who have a history of allergies. Pamoate is a chemical form of hydroxyzine. There's hydroxyzine HCl and hydroxyzine pamoate. That's all. Wendy says, I hope you're well. Thank you, Wendy. I am. Holidays are hard. My sister and I were talking about it. The holidays, the magic of holidays is for children. But when you're older and you've lost people that you love, the holidays can be very, very difficult. And I will say that I spent a good portion of Christmas Day crying. What was I doing that day? Because everybody was sick, so I stayed home and I just let myself cry off and on. Ooh, thinking of my parents. Wendy said, would low vitamin D drive IC? And ironically, my sister was doing the same thing at her house. We were talking about what can we do to not cry on Christmas Day? I've been thinking about that. It's like, how can we make this joyful again? Because it's hard. I don't know. I welcome ideas because I'm getting all misty just thinking about it. Okay, Wendy said, would low vitamin D drive IC? No, I don't think so. But let's look at it. Hold on. So what are the common symptoms of vitamin D deficiency? Let's just look at that real quick. Fatigue, frequent illness, anxiety, bone pain, slower wound healing. um, fatigue, poor sleep quality, shorter sleep duration, delayed bedtimes. Bone and back pain. Patients with arthritis, muscle pain, and chronic widespread pain tend to have lower levels of vitamin D, so that's important. So if you're in the widespread pain phenotype in IC with the IC, IBS, vulvodynia, migraines, fibro, then yeah, you got to work on that vitamin D level. I was found very low on vitamin D like when I was like 48 or 50. So I've been taking vitamin D consistently ever since. I skip a couple of days and then I go back. Vitamin deficiency has been associated with anxiety and depression, especially in older adults. But the effects of vitamin D supplements have been mixed, but they have been found to be helpful in relieving the symptoms of depression. Slow wound healing after surgery or injury. I don't know. Is that why my incisions are so freaking sensitive? Severe vitamin D deficiency were more likely to have higher levels of inflammatory markers that can jeopardize healing. This makes me hair loss. So, what are the risk factors of vitamin D deficiency? Darker skin, adults age 65 or older. Well, damn it. Minimal sunlight exposure, having overweight or obesity, having chronic kidney or liver disease, having a condition that affects nutrient absorption like celiac disease, or using certain medications that affect vitamin D metabolism, such as statin medications. Get those vitamin D levels checked and use your supplement. Tan says, how do I keep my hair so full? Do you have any specific things that help? Girl, I've lost about 20% of my hair in the last year from stress. Honestly, I really have. Let me show you what I use, okay? Earth Science hair mask. Best conditioner ever. Used it this morning. The reason why my hair is a little weird is I was outside walking in hot, heavy wind. But this is fantastic conditioner. And then Kerastase Elixir Ultime. It's a little bit on the expensive side, but you got to do what you got to do. And now I have it on my hand. Great. Okay. Lori said, are Azo pills safe if for IC patients? Only for short-term use, not for long-term use. Lori says the name of the Billy Bob Thornton series is Landman. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Mary says she missed the beginning of the show. What is it you're taking? What is it about the Elmiron? Elmiron, we have a new study that now shows that the damage continues and progresses after stopping Elmiron, leading to retinal atrophy. Just to show you a picture. So this was a study done at Emory University by the original team that found the eye disease in the first place. So they monitored a group of patients over 4 years to see how their eyes changed after they stopped the medication. And sadly and tragically, the eye damage progressed. It progressed. And so this is an interesting picture because it shows one eye. This is patient number here. Let's see. Hold on. I wanted to see. Okay. So these are 3 different patients. Baseline at the beginning of the study, 2 years later, and 4 years later. Okay. And so the top one is really the best for you to see this, because you can see over time this black mass getting thicker and thicker, and the sections that were separated are now joined together. Patient number 2, this is a little bit harder. I'm not going to say it's not the cleanest picture, except you can just see more dots of it happening at 4 years. And here in this one, again, we've got modest areas of damage that just grew over time until finally 4 years later, the big old lump. And then I think this one is particularly striking. This is participant number 4, before, after. And that's just devastating. It's absolutely devastating. New onset complete retinal pigment epithelium and outer retina atrophy 3 years after drug cessation in participant 4. So again, if you are in the process of negotiating a settlement, very, very important that you show this paper, this new study, to your attorney before you sign any papers, because this may change the settlement offer in your favor. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you, Wendy. Linda says, sleep. What is that? Girl, I have not slept in a bed in 5 years. I sleep in a recliner. I've got to practice sleeping in. The problem is when I lay on my back, my jaw starts to dislocate. It's on this side. My jaw just goes whoop, gravity pulls it apart, and it doesn't feel good. And I want to go travel. I want to go to a spa, but I can't. I have not been able to successfully lay in a bed in 5 years. And I'm annoyed. I'm so annoyed by it. I can remember when I was in my 30s and I had befriended a patient. No, this was before I see it. I don't remember what we were doing. We were playing a game or something online, and he was in his 50s and I was in my 30s. And I was going, man, I love getting older. He's like, you don't know what you're talking about, Jill. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, it's got to be good. And then all of a sudden you hit that age where, for me, it was last year, where it's like, oh, damn it. It was right. Getting older creates all sorts of other things. And I'm sorry for swearing, guys, but it is a swearing kind of day. And I have a book that says swearing is actually good for pain management. And if you want to see it, I can show it to you. Lori says, so much care from you, Jill. I can't recall how to find previous peer support videos like last week. Remind me. Honey, just go to our YouTube channel. They're all saved on YouTube, and they're all saved in our Facebook feed also. I've only ever deleted one video. They're all there. The one I deleted was when I accidentally flashed you the password to my server. I had to delete that immediately. And I'm on a different server now anyway, so. Linda said, I took amitriptyline and it made me sleepwalk, so they switched me to nortriptyline. What is it supposed to do? Nortriptyline is also a low-dose antidepressant. They're both anticholinergic medications, so they're both linked to dementia over time. Um, uh, I did not tolerate nortriptyline. They gave me amitriptyline first, took that for 3 months, messed my heart up. Then they put me on imipramine. That did something within a month. Then they put me on nortriptyline, and nortriptyline was, I was like moving in slow motion. Low dose antidepressants like this act to calm nerves down. And so they're integral to many pain management programs, and that research is solid. The challenge with low dose antidepressants and antidepressants like this is that they come with a ton of side effects, and it's actually quite hard for a patient to get to a therapeutic dose because it'll cause dry mouth, dry eyes, irregular heart rate, tachycardia, weight gain, etc. And so now, you know, a lot of patients simply cannot tolerate low dose antidepressants. I certainly couldn't. And of course, now we have the research that shows that if you take anticholinergic medications like this every day for like 3 years, you dramatically increase your risk of cognitive decline and dementia. And so the trend now is to back away from anticholinergic medications because of that risk, especially if you're of a certain age. So if we're trying to calm nerves down, what we have instead is palmitoyl ethanolamide, Piora, which is a simple supplement. The IC study was nothing short of spectacular in 2019. PEA acts to calm nerves down. In that study, 87% of IC patients reported a significant reduction in their pain by, I think, was it like month 3 or month 6? Came out in 2019, and that is going to be this PEA 500. Also, again, PEA stands for palmitoyl ethanolamide. And so when people ask me what I do, okay, so my phenotype, I'm not bladder wall centric. I am pelvic floor and I am widespread pain. So therapeutically, I have to work on my muscles and I have to work on my nerves. And so I take PEA to calm my nerves down. And ironically, I mean, there's many studies, acute pain, chronic pain, surgical pain, shingles, fibromyalgia, you name it, they've studied it. There's so much research behind this, extremely well tolerated. Again, the IC study in 2019 was really very good. And so it gave us a new way of kind of tackling some of the symptoms that we're struggling with. The surgical pain was what studies were very interesting. And so I made sure that I was on 2 a day before I had my gallbladder removed last March, and my recovery was phenomenal. And so when I had my double mastectomy, I was like, all right, I'm going to make sure I'm on 2 or 3 a day for that. Much bigger surgery, much more painful surgery. I still am having pain 5 months later. I didn't take this for a week and my incisions got much worse, and now I'm back on it. Just calming nerves down. Life. Teresa, is Urabel safe to take? Urabel is not a treatment in the IC guidelines. It might help with some of the symptoms, but Urabel's kind of fundamental foundation is that it's focusing a little bit more on the role of infection. But if your cultures are negative, it's kind of like, what's the point? Urabel tabs is a combination of 5 meds used to treat pain and irritation of the urinary tract caused by UTIs, or in some cases, medical procedures. Again, if we phenotype you correctly, I mean, that urobell is a perfect example of chasing symptoms rather than fixing things. We don't want to chase the symptoms for the rest of your life. We want to fix it. We want to identify the underlying problem and fix the underlying problem. Mary says, what if you've been thoroughly examined for Elmiron damage, that there has been no evidence of any damage from it? Well, Mary, it's up to you, honey. It's up to you. I mean, we have really strong data now showing that it can damage your eyes and damage your bowels. So if you're having any bowel symptoms at all, any diarrhea, any cramping, any pain, then what the case studies found is that when patients stopped the Elmiron, the bowel symptoms went away. So you need to monitor your symptoms carefully if you're choosing to continue the Elmiron. You've been off of it for years, only on it for a couple of years. Okay. Sherry says she's up 22 times a night. All right. So, Sherry, nighttime urination is often a direct reflection of things that have happened during the day. So, if you were on the phone with me, what we would do is we would just try to phenotype you quickly, getting pretty good at it at this point in time, at least giving you a better idea of what underlying causation would be. Whenever we see somebody with that level of very, very extreme nighttime frequency, we're always going to ask ourselves, what's happening during the day that could irritate the bladder? And I'm working on our new diet guide right now. I was working on it yesterday, and I was just writing the section that literally talked about this. Like, if you have 1 cup of coffee a day, that would do this. It would keep you up all night for a long time. And so are you following the IC diet? That would be question number 1. Question number 2 is, do you have Hunner's lesions? Guys, we can always go into Zoom. And if anybody wants to talk to me, we can go into Zoom and where I can ask you questions, you can ask me questions, and we can try to phenotype. The thing is when we go into Zoom, people are still going to hear you potentially unless we shut down the other stream. Hi, Melanie. Karen says, can you wear a night guard or is that too bulky? Hon, the night guards just help my jaw dislocate even more. It's crazy. There was one night guard, the Unti, that seemed to be a little bit better, but the TMJ specialist that I've been working with, and of course I had to stop seeing her when I had my mastectomy, and I haven't been able to get back in 5 months because I haven't been able to drive that far because I felt so bad. She wanted to do a double night guard with a night guard up here, night guard down here that are connected to stabilize the entire jaw. And it's really all because the right side of my neck is very, very tight. And so as these muscles compress, and they compress up here, they force this jaw open, and then it just slides out of socket. And I did physical therapy for a year. We've been trying to figure out why. They think it's my scoliosis. Above the waist, I'm just very, very tight on the right side. Below the waist, I'm tight on the left side. Sucks. So, Karen, one of my resolutions after the start of the year is to get myself back down there. It's an hour drive, and I haven't been strong enough to make that on my own. I mean, I probably am closer now, but just the surgery was really difficult. It's just very, very difficult and painful. Anne says, I cannot sleep flat due to a hiatal hernia. I know that feeling. Yeah, crazy. Anne, are they going to fix that hiatal hernia? Wendy said, I'm still waiting on my pelvic floor appointment with a real pelvic floor person. What I mean by that is the last 6 weeks, I was going to someone that never did an internal exam. My bladder is clear and all my pain is in my vaginal area. Pressure, pee a lot, uncomfortable feeling. You already have your pelvic wand. Good. Thank you, Mary. Yes, you get to see my Christmas fairy. That's my favorite Christmas decoration, is my Scandinavian Christmas fairy. over a mayonnaise jar. Whoops, she's bald. She's bald. Her crown comes off. Isn't she pretty? I didn't fix her. Whoops. I have to glue that on her head. I just don't want to. Anyway, that's my favorite Christmas decoration. If I think about what is my spirit animal, my spirit animal is a pixie. It's a pixie or a fairy. And Sherry says, any natural pain supplements that you can recommend? Yeah, Pura. This has been proven to reduce many different types of pain. PEA, you can find it in the IC Network shop. And what's cool is it's one of our most inexpensive supplements. It's under $30. I'm waiting for my next shipment. We got a few bottles in. I don't even know where I am with Pure. Here, let me look and see if I even have any. I think they were shipping our next shipment. Ah, crap. I need to change my password. Well, okay. Rather than changing my password, which is a long process. Yes, I still have some. And then we'll have a lot more in a week or so. So Tan did something like a vitamin C treatment for something that exacerbated her IC. And she's not going to spend $150 doing that again. Sounds like a good idea. If a vitamin C IV with magnesium chloride and calcium chloride could cause exacerbation, yeah, definitely. Because your body has to metabolize the vitamin C, and that's ascorbic acid. It's going to end up in your bladder and trigger your bladder. It could easily do that. Linda said, does it hurt to just stop the nortriptyline and hydroxyzine and start taking the lactoferrin and the PEA? Well, I think you need to have a conversation with your doctor first about what your treatment options are. The AUA guidelines say they want you to try the supplements before you do the medications with the side effects. So you did the opposite of what our guidelines say, because the guidelines say try the supplements first. So you'll have to talk with your doctor. Maybe they might have you gradually reduce a dose and then gradually increase a supplement and just give it a shot. But I can't give you medical advice like that. Your doctor prescribed those meds, so you need to talk to your doctor about going off of them. Sue said, do they have to look specifically for eye damage of that kind to find it? I've had problems with my eyes since having TIAs and cataract surgery, so I've had several eye exams. Sue, they're very specific retinal exams. Yeah, so a regular ophthalmologist does not do these retinal exams. You have to go to a retinal specialist to do it. Okay. Janelle said, "How long have I had IC? Do you still get flares?" I had my first symptoms in 7th grade. I was diagnosed formally with IC when I was 32. Bladder therapies never worked for me. And when the pelvic floor research came out in the 2000s, early 2000s, I went and had my muscles checked. My muscles were extremely tight. I started physical therapy 10 years after that, and physical therapy resolved the great majority of my symptoms. But I am a widespread pain patient. I have a very sensitive nervous system. And I will tell you, learning how to keep my anxiety levels low, took a class when I was 35, played a huge role in me reducing all of my pain. Because anxiety intensifies pain. Your brain intensifies pain and when you're in states of anxiety because your brain is thinking your life is at stake. So if we can bring your anxiety level down, that will reduce your pain levels. Mary said, having infections about every 6 weeks, is there something that I can take to improve my odds? Yes, estrogen, because there are a group of women who are postmenopausal who struggle with recurring UTI. What the research shows is that about 24 hours before the bacteria arrives in the bladder, it's living quite happily in the vagina. And this then led the researchers to ask, well, what's happened to our vaginal defenses? Why has the vagina become a safe haven for bacteria? And the answer goes right back to estrogen atrophy. And so, in addition to giving you antibiotics, normally they would also give you an estrogen cream to use vaginally to improve the vaginal the ability of your vagina to repel that tissue. You could try lactoferrin. We had a good research study in 2022 showing that lactoferrin was very helpful with recurring E. coli infections. So if you haven't tried that yet, that's something you could try. Sharon says, does PEA work well for vulvodynia? I'm tired of being put to sleep to have pelvic floor injections that may or may not work, but leave you leaking. Well, vulvodynia is often caused by very tight muscles. And so it's very, very important that we work on getting those muscles healthy so that they're not squeezing the nerves that go to the vulva. PEA would act to try to calm some of those nerves down, but as long as your muscles are tight, you're kind of screwed. Is it worth trying? Sure. I think it's worth trying. I mean, the IC study was very, very good. Anne said, is there an age limit for DMSO installations? I had no bladder lining when you were first diagnosed with cystoscopy 30 years ago. You know, DMSO has really fallen out of favor. It's a bladder installation, hun. I haven't even talked to a doctor in a couple of years who's still doing DMSO installation. The most popular installation at this point in time is what we call a rescue installation, which is a heparin lidocaine installation. Why is it called a rescue? Because it rescues you out of a flare. The heparin coats the bladder, the lidocaine numbs the nerves. So just DMSO is so low on the totem pole now. I just rarely, if ever, it comes up. And the only context where it comes up is usually in a foreign research study. I mean, let me look here. I mean, the challenge with DMSO is that, there are side effects. Hey man, I had 8 DMSO treatments. One of the worst decisions I ever made was to try to drive home with DMSO in my bladder. Holy moly, was that a terrible mistake. You can get a garlic-like smell. that upsets family members. And so, yeah, it's just here, hold on a sec. What was I going to search for? I'm searching for Rimso 50. Let me even see when the last research study was. A study in Japan, efficacy and safety of intravesical DMSO for patients with refractory Hunner type IC. So in other words, does DMSO treat Hunner's lesions? And of course, no. But they think that it does. Hunner's lesions have now been connected to viral infections. So this is a 22 study of 30 patients with refractory Hunner's lesions that have not responded to other therapy. They had intravesical DMSO every 2 weeks for 12 weeks. And response improved over time. Well, fascinating. No patients discontinued treatment, although acute bladder irritation was noted in 70% of patients. There you go. Tian says, what about Urabel for cultures that are mixed flora? Again, it's not fixing anything, hon. I mean, it might help. I mean, it's got an ingredient in it, a salicylic acid ingredient. It's got methenamine in it. It's got a few ingredients in it that might restrict the growth of some bacteria over time, but it's not necessarily fixing the underlying problem of why are you prone to more these infections. And for women who get recurring UTI, it's usually because of age and the loss of estrogen. And so therapeutically, we don't just want to chase the infection. We want to figure out why your body's prone to infection in the first place. Usually that's estrogen atrophy, but it also could be an immune system, an autoimmune problem. It could be a problem with your IgG levels, your immunoglobulin G levels. That's one scenario where patients can get recurring UTI. And if that's the case, then we want to treat you with IgG infusions. If it's estrogen atrophy, we want to treat you with estrogen, because when you give that skin estrogen, it immediately improves. So to me, we have to understand a lot more about cause before we can really talk about treatment. Mary said, extremely excited about your new diet list. Will we see it soon? I hope so. I'm trying to do it. It's very similar to the old one, Mary. It's not that different. I've taken out a few things. I've added a few things. Karen says, show the hair conditioner again. Okay. Earth Science olive and avocado hair mask. There you go. Tan says, for PEA, I'm in Canada. Do I ship to Canada? Yes, we do ship to Canada, except we can't right now because of the postal strike. Is the postal strike over, or is it still happening? The USPS Postal Service stopped shipping to Canada. They suspended it for the duration of the strike. Mary said, you've had the heavy-duty retinal exams at Kaiser by an ophthalmologist. Is it not the right test? I don't know, hun. You can give them the paper and see if they've done those tests or not. Regarding the UTIs, you're on estradiol cream 1 gram twice a week and also on lactoferrin. Okay. And you do rescue installations regularly, two to three times a day, and you're still in so much pain. Mary, call me this week and let's talk, hon. Like, call me on Tuesday, okay? I mean, if the rescue installations turn off the pain? Are you out of pain for a couple of hours when you do the rescue? Or are they just not doing anything? Anne says she has a small hiatal hernia, about a centimeter. Not at this time right now. I have to meet with an interventional radiologist for your pelvic congestion syndrome. Good. Idea is to cauterize varicose veins in the pelvic area. Is this safe for IC? Absolutely. I mean, we have research that shows that when pelvic congestion syndrome is treated, bladder symptoms improve. Now, do I know the full risks of it? No, I don't. That's your interventional radiologist has to educate you about the risks of treatment, okay? But we have the research that shows that. Anne says estrogen causes pelvic congestion syndrome. Tan says the strike has been over since December 15th. I didn't know that. Oh, that's so exciting. Okay, yes, we can ship. We're gonna have to fix our store. Ooh, okay. Hold on a sec. No, it's effective December 23rd. Okay, okay. So we haven't. Okay, this is good. Let me just. I got to text somebody real quick so we can set that up. Has. All right. All right. So Anne says estrogen causes pelvic congestion syndrome. What was that? I just heard a noise. Pelvic congestion syndrome is primarily caused by weakened or malfunctioning valves in the pelvic veins, which allows blood to pool and back up in the pelvic area, leading to enlarged veins around the ovaries and uterus, similar to varicose veins in the leg. This is often aggravated by pregnancy due to increased blood flow during that time, as well as hormonal factors. People of childbearing age who've had more than one pregnancy may have the highest risk of pelvic congestion syndrome, according to Cedars-Sinai. Let's see if there is anything else here. Estrogen makes veins wider, it dilates them. This may be why the condition is not common after menopause. Estrogen levels are lower after menopause. Other hormones may also cause veins to grow wider and cause symptoms. You're at higher risk of pelvic congestion syndrome if you've given birth to more than one child, or you're at higher risk if other members of your family have it. So, what are the symptoms? Pelvic pain that lasts 6 months. Pain often first starts during or after a pregnancy. It gets worse in later pregnancy. The pain may be a heavy or achy feeling. Some patients have described it to me as like they're carrying a bowling ball around in their pelvis. The pain can be sharp. Usually the pain is only on one side, usually the left side, but at times you might feel it on both sides. The pain is often worse at the end of the day. And there are certain factors that makes the pain worse, such as changing your posture, having sex, standing for a long time, or walking. Some people also have pain before or during their periods, feeling a sudden need to urinate, enlarged and distorted veins on the buttocks and vulva and thighs. Okay. So pelvic congestion syndrome is something that is often missed in patients struggling, or misdiagnosed sometimes, as I see, in patients struggling with urinary symptoms. Mary said, most of the time the rescue instills are helpful. Sometimes they don't. And you're 73, you've been on hormone replacement since going through menopause. Are you talking about oral meds? And Mary says she's sometimes pain-free 4 to 6 hours. Unfortunately, it is always so. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so I have something else to talk to you about. Hold on, let me get there. All right, so New Year's. New Year's Eve is Tuesday. New Year's Day is Wednesday. So let's talk about New Year's Eve for a moment. So can you have alcohol on New Year's Eve? Well, it depends upon your phenotype. If you got Hunner's lesions, no. If you've got estrogen atrophy or you're actively symptomatic or in a flare, please don't do any alcohol. Please don't. Because you're gonna trigger yourself. And champagne, unfortunately, can be very, very acidic. But you could try a non-alcoholic wine. I've been playing with that a little bit because I've decided this year, with the cancer, so I'm not drinking alcohol. I'm not eating a lot of sugar. I'm just really sincerely trying to help my body as much as I can. And so I have been playing with some non-alcoholic wines. I did try a non-alcoholic kind of sparkling wine, and it was just like sparkling apple cider, except not as sweet. I did try a sparkling apple cider last night, way too sweet, yuck. They also have sparkling pear cider, that's probably better. If your IC is really controlled or your pelvic floor driven and you want to have a little bit of alcohol, do it on ice so you've got the dilution effect of the water as the ice melts. You can always use some pre-leaf to reduce some of the acid. You can chase it with water. If you're having a mixed drink, use a bladder-friendly mixer, like milk or cream or water or sparkling water. Stay away from the orange juice, stay away from the pineapple juice. Stay away from the strong acidic mixers. So, also, I will tell you that hard ciders are generally more bladder friendly than typical other forms of alcohol. And so finding a hard pear cider, a hard apple cider might be viable. You could open it up, let it gas off a little bit. But again, if you're flaring, you'd be foolish to have any alcohol at all. I mean, you know that, right? All right, so what are our resolutions for 2025? What are our resolutions? So 1 year, my resolution was no pastries, and I did it. 1 year, my resolution was to buy no clothes other than underwear. I did that. 1 year, my resolution was like no ice cream. I did that. Then COVID hit, and it was really hard to fit resolutions again. A good resolution is going for a walk every day, even if it's a 5-minute walk. That's a good resolution. A good resolution would be no soda of any type. I might have one soda every 5 or 6 years. Usually it's a 7-Up because I'm nauseous. Like literally, the last soda I had was this little 7-Up. I drank 7-Up. No, but I did drink 7-Up while my parents were dying because that was all we had in the hospital. What's another good resolution? Less time on social media, more time creating things, more time writing. Um, I want to be with people who lift me up. So it's very hard for me to be with people that, that don't work to make their lives better in any way. They just kind of complain all the time, even if they have pain. I mean, I understand the pain that we're bonded by pain. You and I, we're bonded by pain. I understand that. But I want to be with people who inspire me. I want to be with people who kick me in the butt. I want to be with people who challenge me. I want to be with people who lift me up and encourage me. I don't want to be with people who upset me or frustrate me constantly over time. Okay, so Stacy Shannon, our writer, did 10 wonderful resolutions for 2025. Number 1. So she said, ringing in a new year often means taking stock of where we are and where we want to be. Dealing with chronic pain can make that a bittersweet and overwhelming moment. I've certainly had years of feeling sort of hopeless about resolutions. What could I resolve to do that I'd actually be able to do? But the truth is, there are always resolutions we can make and follow through on, no matter how we're feeling. One lesson I learned time and again is flares don't last forever, no matter what our brain and emotions try to convince us when we're in the middle of them. And of course, each person has different situations, goals, and circumstances. So you may have resolutions unique to you, which is terrific. I encourage you to consider adding all 10 or at least some of these resolutions into the mix as well. So number 1, listen to your body. There are a couple ways this applies, in particular for patients with chronic pelvic pain. First, listen to when you're in pain and your symptoms are increased and you need to take a break. And give yourself permission to rest and have downtime. Give yourself permission to say no when you feel like you can't manage something. But also make sure you're listening to your body even when you feel well, especially in the early days before my symptoms were controlled. I tackle all sorts of projects and chores when I had a day where I felt pretty well, and a good amount of time that sent me right back into flare mode the next day. So just pay attention to make sure you're not overdoing it on good days. Number 2, track your symptoms consistently. A lot of symptom management really comes down to helping yourself find what is triggering you. So like doing an elimination diet if you never have, or if your symptoms have recently worsened, because your trigger foods can sometimes shift. So keep a log of your symptoms along with your sleep schedule and stress levels. Look for correlations when you have worse symptoms than others and come up with a plan to counteract those. Number 3, stay hydrated. When urinating hurts, drinking less can be tempting. And listen, I do not want to hear from people who say, I don't want to drink water. I just want to drink Gatorade, or I just want to drink soda. Stop it. Your body needs water to be healthy. Nobody needs to drink Gatorade all day unless you're an elite athlete. It's not helpful. Get back to drinking water. The challenge here is when urinating hurts, drinking less can be tempting because less in means less out, right? And while technically that's true, less in also means more acidic urine. It's unsurprisingly, more acidic urine means more bladder pain. So stay hydrated. Number 4, prioritize stress management. Spend 5 minutes in prayer or meditation a day. Do your deep breathing. Write about your feelings in a journal. Start a low impact exercise routine. Number 5, try one new IC recipe friendly a month. We have a lot of IC friendly recipes over on our website, icdietproject.com, or in our book, The IC Chef Cookbook. Number 6, advocate for your needs. Standing up for yourself can be hard for some of us. Maybe you don't like conflict, or maybe you're just naturally quiet, but speaking up for something you need is a challenge. This is the year to break that cycle and advocate for yourself in every way. Number 7, move in ways that feel good. Exercise has more benefits, and I have the space to write in this article. It helps us mentally and physically. When you already have chronic pain, though, figuring out how to exercise can be a struggle. The same exercise routine that works for your friend the same age may not be good for you. However, that doesn't mean no exercise will work for you. One of the best ways of it to get moving is yoga. Walking is another great exercise. Okay, number 8, create an emergency flare kit. Seldom do we get a warning before an icy flare hits. Boy, isn't that the truth? Why do they always hit on Fridays, for God's sake? Oftentimes, it just starts suddenly, and you're left trying to figure out how to manage your life in the midst of it. Having a flare kit ready to go for these times can help ease the stress and burden of flares. Number 9, focusing on sleep quality. And number 10, celebrating small wins. A final great resolution to make for the new year is to celebrate the small wins. Keep a journal to track your successes, no matter how small they are. Maybe you avoided eating a special treat that you knew would irritate your bladder when everyone else was eating it around you. Celebrate that win and how you were able to do what was best for you without apologizing. Or maybe you called your doctor and scheduled an appointment to talk about medication options. Pat yourself on the back for taking a step forward. Even if you don't write them down, take the time throughout the year to give yourself accolades for doing something really well. I believe in reward therapy. When you do something hard, reward yourself. A reward might be stopping and getting a cookie. A reward might be taking a warm bath and reading a book. A reward might be going out and taking a little hike. It's really, really important to reward yourself when you do something hard, you know? Alan says, is the eye disease a concern if you only use it in your bladder installation? Not as much, because they don't believe that the Elmiron gets into the bloodstream significant enough quantity to do that. But we don't know. We just don't know. There's not enough research that has explored that. That's something that companies should be doing. Jerry says no chocolate. That's a good resolution. I have not willingly eaten chocolate since I was like 24 or 25, and I did an elimination diet and found that chocolate gave me terrible bowel spasms. So the only chocolate I will eat is white chocolate, and even then rarely, or carob. Carob I could eat a ton of, and it would never bother me. So carob is a great alternative. Unfortunately, it's just high in saturated fat, and I can't do any saturated fats right now. Janelle said, after a couple months on estradiol, is it possible to start eating the forbidden foods? I think you'll have to try a small amount and see how you do. I mean, don't go to town and drink 4 cups of coffee. You could try a quarter cup. What was that? Whoa, was that people? No. We get eagles here. It was a hawk. Sorry, guys. I have to wear this stupid compression thing on my chest, and it slides, and then it hurts. I got to readjust. Okay, I'm better now. Tan said, more urinating helps symptoms, so drink more water. The only time my pain goes away is when I'm peeing. So Tan, that sounds like you have bladder wall driven symptoms, perhaps. And so now we have to figure out what's going on with your bladder wall. Is it chemical injury? Ow. Is it Hunner's lesions? Is it estrogen atrophy? We don't know. That's what we got to figure out. Ann said, how long is it safe to be on estrogen replacement therapy? Well, the form of estrogen matters. Topical estrogen, using an estrogen cream on your vulva, is considered Safe for long-term use, oral estrogen is not. That's what the research shows. That's a really, really good question for your doctor. And even if you have a history of cancer, oh, look, there it is again. Just flying over the house. Kimberly, thank you. I try. Been an IC support group leader. This will be my 31st year. 31st year running IC support group on January 1st. Anne says, what is a good base cream for estriol? A preservative-free base cream, a propylene glycol-free base cream. Those are the ideal best base creams because they're not going to have the irritants of the propylene glycol or the alcohol or any other chemical preservatives. A really good book is, hold on, let me see. Where's the other one? Oh, it's right there. So, if you want to learn a little bit more about creams and the safety of various creams, you want to follow Dr. Jennifer Gunter. She's fabulous. She's a pelvic pain expert based in San Francisco. She's done editorials for the New York Times. She has an incredible blog series on TED, wonderful speaker, and she has written 2 fabulous, fabulous books on female health. One of the things that she rages about are, well, she doesn't like a lot of supplements, and she doesn't like people selling crazy things. So hold on a sec. Let me just see. And it would be nice if I actually had my reading glasses on instead of my computer glasses. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can get to that section on. Oh, wait, I gotta look at the other one. I'm looking at the wrong book. Well, no. Hold on. Can I find that in here? Okay, it's in this one. So if you're really confused about menopause and this reverse puberty that we're all going through or that we've all gone through, the Menopause Manifesto, fabulous book. Like, one of the things that I didn't know is that we lose our ability to process salt. And so the vast majority, I don't remember the percentage, like 70% of menopausal women have high blood pressure because we lose our ability to tolerate salt. I'm one of them, and it annoys the hell out of me. Okay, so hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find this section on, she's got this whole, a whole section on different estrogen treatments. Okay, so this is interesting, guys. Here, let me just kind of go through some of this. About your skin health and the fact that when you go through, if you're on birth control, if you're on Lupron, if you had a hysterectomy, or you're just of an age and your estrogen levels drop, your skin changes. And so she says you have to be very attentive to vulvar care. And gentlemen out there, please ask your question. I will ask questions for men too. It's kind of my specialties, men. But getting back to women here, she said you got to pay attention to your vulva, and having good vulvar skincare is an important foundation. as a loss of moisture associated with aging can aggravate symptoms. So number one, she says, use a cleanser, not a soap, because soap is drying. Number two, limit intimate wipes to managing incontinence when you are outside of the home. So in other words, a lot of those wipe products out there are really well known for causing a lot of skin irritation. Number three, if you have incontinence, use incontinence pads, not menstrual pads. Number four, consider using a daily vulvar moisturizer. See chapter 14. It's going to be coconut oil, olive oil, petroleum jelly are good low-cost alternatives. Of course, vulva balm. If you remove your pubic hair, consider switching to a trimmer over your labia and mons. Pubic hair increases humidity and traps moisture against the vulva, which is a good thing. And if you smoke, do your best to quit because smoking has anti-estrogenic effects. So she talks about vaginal moisturizers. Vaginal moisturizers are supposed to rehydrate vaginal tissues and replace lubrication. They are used regularly, not just during sex. Studies tell us that vaginal moisturizers are typically well tolerated and can improve symptoms, especially the sensation of dryness. Moisturizers are most effective when there is one main bothersome symptom. They are unlikely to treat odor, and they do not replace lactobacillus good bacteria. Moisturizers can be water-based, silicone oil, or hyaluronic acid-based, or a combination. Yada, 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 yada. This is a very in-depth discussion. So, chapter 9. She talks about, okay, here we go. Wait. Moisturizers, barriers, and bath products. She talks about bath bombs, products to avoid. Do not use creams and ointments with salicylic acid or retinol. Avoid any product that claims to brighten the vulva. Please don't. Don't use topical skin lightening products. Yikes. Why would I care? What is the best moisturizer? Coconut oil. Been studied on the skin of premature babies with no ill effects, and it performed better than mineral oil in preventing water loss. Olive oil. Anyway. Oh, and she specifically mentions V-Magic. Vitamin E. Anyway, if you want more information on trying to find the best products down there, get the Vagina Bible. It's fabulous. And that is such a clever cover, a zipper. We're just growing old gracefully, right? That's what we're trying to do. Listen, when I was 20, I thought I'd be dead by 40. I didn't understand growing older. I just didn't understand it. Donna says, I just bought and started the lactoferrin. I'm taking one a day. Anything I should know about it? Well, in the IC study, they did 1,000 milligrams a day for 7 days, 400 milligrams a day for the 2 weeks after that, and then 200 milligrams a day for a couple months. So if you want to do something similar to what they did in the study, especially if you have a history of Hunner's lesions, I would do 3 a day for a week, 2 a day for 2 weeks, and 1 a day for 2 months. You could try that. Alan says, I only use Elmiron in a bladder installation. I stopped taking it by mouth over a year ago. Good job. Is it safe in the installation or am I still at risk? We don't know, honey. We just don't know. I don't know of any data that can answer that question. I can look. Let me look. Let's just go to the National Library of Medicine again, and let's just see. So we're going to use a generic name, pentosan polysulfate safety. Here, let me try this again. Installation. None of the studies, all the studies are before we learned about Elmiron and the eye issue. I mean, understand that the Elmiron is acting to coat your bladder, okay? But heparin would coat your bladder too. So if you're worried, they can just swap out the Elmiron for heparin. Or if you're in Europe or Canada, I don't know where you are, Alan, they could do Ioloril, which is a combination of chondroitin and hyaluronic. But we just don't know. We just don't know. At least I don't know. Donna said, any side effects from the lactoferrin? No. The IC study and the great majority of studies out there have shown no effects. Remember, it's a critical ingredient in colostrum given to babies. But because it's it's a natural, it boosts your body's ability to fight infection. And the way that it does that is by binding iron. And so when you start taking it, if you have, let's just say that you've got a lot of pathogenic bacteria in your bowel, it might give you loose bowel while it's kind of re-regulating your bowel and improving your defenses. So you might have loose bowel. But remember, it's found in milk. So, and it's derived from milk. Alan says, they tried a new installation on me that I was told was working great, but I had horrible spasms with it and it did not seem to work. So I went back to the Elmiron install. Joyce. Okay, so Joyce, what did they try? What was the new installation? Okay, but what was the new thing they tried that gave you horrible spasms? Do you know the name of it? Was it DMSO, RIMSO 50? Be very curious to know what it was. All right, you guys on YouTube, you're being very quiet. So Joyce, do you know the name of the installation they gave you that triggered those spasms? Be interesting. I mean, I would bet that it was DMSO because we know that. So Julie says, so grateful for your video broadcasting. Thank you, honey. I love my job. Just want to feel better. I think we all just want to feel better. And it's not my IC that's bugging me right now. It's my incisions from my surgery. Tan says, have you tried frozen or cold gel packs on your incisions to help with the pain and sensitivity? I hope it gets better with time for you. You know, my body craves heat. So what I have been doing is I have been doing lidocaine. I do lidocaine jelly. And then over that, I do kind of a thick ointment. And there you go. I don't know. I mean, it's not behaving like typical post-mastectomy pain syndrome. It's very incision specific, and it's really the worst right in the middle. And like, it's funny that gravity is worse. It makes it worse. So I have a mild compression on it, which kind of holds it in place. So I have a 6-month follow-up with my surgeon next month, so we'll see. Okay, Joy said, no, I do not. It's on my chart. They said it had 2 things in it and that the other didn't have. One was an antibiotic and you don't remember the other. So Joyce, over on the IC Network website, which is icnetwork.org, we have a whole section on bladder installations. So you should look at that. And so that you understand what's available right now. But even more so, Joyce, you have to remember that we're phenotyping now. Bladder installations rarely fix anything. They might temporarily reduce your symptoms, but you still have flares. Why? Because bladder installations don't fix the underlying problem. So what we have to do is try to identify what the underlying problem is. Is it estrogen atrophy? Is it a viral infection, Hunner's lesion? Is it pelvic floor muscles? Tan says, I wonder if some nerves were damaged. Definitely. And I felt it literally as soon as I woke up from surgery, I had this pain. And it's definitely changed, and it's definitely way better than it was, but it's just annoying. Audrey said, could it have to do with your scar tissue? Yes, it is, definitely, 100%. Oh, Cherry said, I was in so much pain the other day, I tried aspirin cream with lidocaine externally on the ovary areas, and it helped. Good. Some of our top doctors, like Robert Eckenberg and Jerome Weiss, who are really the senior citizens in the pelvic pain community, but also with the most depth of experience, they're both very, very big on calming nerves down topically. And that means using lidocaine on the skin to make sure that we're calming those nerves on the skin. It means perhaps injecting some lidocaine immediately underneath the skin to calm the nerves there, and even doing nerve blocks. My pain is all right at surface. It's just like, it's like an inch above and an inch below the incision line. And then there are a couple of spots that are every now and then zap me, like one right there, just zap me. What is that? I mean, the incisions look fine. The incisions look good. Hey, you guys, I have no shame. I will talk about anything. And I apologize if talking about mastectomy incisions isn't your thing. It is my thing, unfortunately, because I feel it while we're doing this meeting. Audrey said, they had me run a special cocoa butter constantly to break up the scar tissue. It was a thumb joint replacement. Oh, isn't that a good idea? A cocoa butter. Actually, you know what I've never tried? This is gonna sound crazy. Oops. You think vulva balm would be soothing to an incision? Hey, let's find out. Ooh. I mean, it's just organic olive oil and avocado oil. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Hey, that actually feels kind of good. Oh my God. Okay, we'll put some on the other side. Let's see if that helps. This is me at the end of the day, every day. This is just me since surgery. Okay. I'm going to do a 6-month follow-up video, and I'm going to show you guys. Ooh. It's kind of interesting. Go figure. I have a breast cancer video series that I've been doing on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. I haven't actually filmed a video in like 2 months. I'm going to do a 6-month follow-up on January 8th because that's exactly 6 months from my surgery. And I'm going to show you the incisions. If anybody wants to see what it looks like 6 months. Hey man, I'm proud. We need to be proud that we've gone through these surgeries. C says, I like your top, Jill. Very cute. Thank you. This is actually really old, but it's a favorite. Very soft and comfy. I mean, we got to have a place where we can just hang out and talk about stuff, you know? I mean, there's nothing worse than worrying about something needlessly. And you got to remember, it's not, you don't have to recreate the wheel here. We've got a tremendous depth of experience with ICM with breast cancer. So we got to take the time to learn from the successes of others. Thank you, Julie. Julie said your YouTube breast cancer videos are awesome. Thank you. I mean, life is too short. You know, life is too short. And, you know, when you're young, adrenaline gets you through a lot of dark moments, you know, and you might be hurt and your body's very responsive and resilient. And you don't necessarily understand the toll that pain takes. It isn't until you're older and you start having wear and tear injuries. If you're an athlete, you know, I work with so many athletes who struggle with long-term IC pain and pelvic pain. And, you know, they do bladder treatments for years and they just never get better. Why? Because bladder treatments don't fix the underlying problem. If you were an elite athlete or even just a young athlete and you got in a bad accident and you fell and broke your tailbone, that leaves a legacy of neuromuscular issues. Now we've got damaged muscles and we've got traumatized nerves that are actually the underlying cause for all of these symptoms. I mean, listen, we know bladder treatments don't work for the vast majority of patients. Bladder installations provide temporary relief at best. There's no long-term relief. And some of you were on Elmiron for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. You never got better. Why? If it's a bladder disease, wouldn't a bladder treatment help? Maybe not. And of course, now that we recognize that there are distinct patient groups in the IC patient population, and now that we can put patients in the correct group to give them the correct treatments for their unique case, that's why we're doing better. That's why patients are getting better. And so I use that 5-point phenotyping system where we look for Hunner's lesions, we look for estrogen atrophy, we look for chemocystitis, we look for pelvic floor injury, we look for nerve injury, we look for widespread pain. Depending upon which group you're in, that's how the American Urology Association says you need to target your treatments. So we don't want you to waste 30 years doing a bladder treatment for pelvic floor muscle dysfunction. We want you to put your money in the therapy that has the best chance of helping you. Audrey said, refresh, DMSO is not good for IC. It's always diet. It is always diet after flare-up that works. Well, Audrey, you have to understand, number one, it's your phenotype. So we need to know what phenotype you're in first. So will DMSO help tight pelvic floor muscles? No, absolutely not. Will DMSO help pudendal neuralgia? Absolutely not. Will DMSO help widespread pain? Absolutely not. Well, there you go. That's 90% of the patients there. So what will DMSO help? DMSO has multiple methods of action. It's a good penetrant. It appears, if I remember correctly, okay, hold on. I think, okay, so we've talked about this at conferences. It has like a dozen methods of action. DMSO was once considered a wonder drug when it was invented in the 1950s. It's a byproduct of the paper industry, and it was invented to help transport kidneys for transplant, because in the old days when they were doing kidney transplant, they were freezing them. And of course, if you freeze a kidney, you destroy the kidney. So they were looking for a transport medium. And somebody found DMSO. Go figure. I don't get it, but they did. So DMSO, if you put a kidney in a DMSO, you can take it anywhere and the kidney will survive. So back in the late 1950s, the early 1960s, the DMSO was really considered a wonder drug. And they thought it would treat a lot of medical conditions. It didn't. It turned out every single study failed except for the IC study. And the IC study barely showed success. And I actually interviewed the guy who did the research, who wrote the FDA pamphlet for it. His name was, I think it was Alfred Globus. I think he's long past. And so because it barely showed success, the FDA approved it for the treatment of IC. The challenge, though, is they really didn't know what it was doing in the bladder. That it was a penetrant, it carried molecules through the bladder wall, allowed for deeper penetration into the bladder wall. And there was something about, what was that? Like it caused all the mast cells to discharge histamine. And because the mast cells were basically depleted, patients felt better. I mean, it was something like that. Okay. So very nebulous, very, there still has not been really good data on the method of action of DMSO in the bladder, as far as I know. But then we had a researcher, her name was C. Suba Packer, who started doing her own DMSO research on bladder tissue. And what she found is that there was a devastating effect to DMSO. And that is that the higher the dose, the greater the muscle contracted. And that if you used a dosage greater than 40%, if I remember correctly, it became an irreversible muscle spasm. That the bladder went into spasm and never came out of spasm. And again, her name was C. Suba Packer. I interviewed her. And so she came to a conference and presented that data. Now, the FDA approved dosage for DMSO was 50%. Her study found that 50% was quite damaging. So she presented the data. It was at an AUA conference down in Los Angeles. I talked to every IC expert there, all the top doctors, and I said, so what do you think about this new DMSO research? They were all with the exception of one was like, yeah, we really don't use it. It's just, we're not surprised. One said that he thought DMSO had a small place in the IC treatment protocol. So then one of the most remarkable things happened I've ever witnessed at an IC conference. They gave her what we call a podium session where she was able to go and present her data to an entire audience and take questions. And so she did that, facing literally the world's best IC doctors. And so the doctors were like totally not surprised that the DMSO was damaging bladder. And Dr. Ray Rackley from the Cleveland Clinic, who, again, one of the top dogs at the time, stood up and said, you will never find DMSO in our clinic. We believe that DMSO damages the bladder so profoundly that these patients may need to have their bladders removed. And so he stood up, very macho, was like, we won't use it. We won't have it in our clinic. We believe it's very, very harmful. I mean, and it was really just a moment in time. It's just an absolute moment in time. And so the general consensus at that meeting, as they all discussed her research, is DMSO should not be used at the FDA-approved dose of 50%. It should always be put in a cocktail form with other ingredients to reduce the dose to 25%, because her research found that a 25% dosage of DMSO did not cause irreversible muscle spasm. And so that became the absolute consensus for 20 years. Nobody went back and changed the guidelines, the FDA guidelines. That should have been changed, in my opinion. The FDA guidelines still say you can use 50% dose safely. I don't understand why that was never changed. So, and that first year she presented her data, and then she came back the next year with another solid study showing harm that DMSO can cause. So, really, from that moment in time, DMSO very rapidly fell out of favor. And instead, rescue installations, heparin lidocaine installations became the installation of choice. Unfortunately, there are still doctors out there, especially local doctors who don't go to conferences, who are still treating IC based out of old textbooks. And you still have old textbooks saying, hey, FDA approved dose 50%. Like, I don't know any doctor who does the FDA approved dose of 50%. And no, can't think of a single one in the doctors that I work with at that national level who are all IC experts. If it's going to come into place, it's going to be at a much, much lower dose. So, DMSO is just not on the radar really at this point in time. Joyce, hold that. Let me go to Tan first. Tan said, why are all these athletes having IC? You were a competitive dancer from the age of 4 to 33 and a figure skater from 4. Girl, it's pelvic floor. Have you had a pelvic floor assessment? I mean, like, literally the worst sport. You're doing two of the worst sports known for causing long-term pelvic floor dysfunction. You were a dancer. Think about ballet. I mean, I did ballet for a couple of years. What are you taught to do? You're taught to tuck your pelvic floor under and forward. And then you walk that way for years. And that's not a normal, healthy position for those muscles. So ballerinas often struggle with very tight pelvic floor muscles. And then throw in figure skating. Are you kidding? How many times did you fall on your tailbone? You fell dozens of times, probably hundreds of times. And the biggest risk factor for pelvic floor dysfunction is a series of minor traumas over time. I mean, figure skating and ice hockey, devastating for the pelvic floor because of all the falls you took. And so, Tan, you need to have a proper pelvic floor assessment. And that should be done at the very, very first appointment. Our guidelines say that. The national guidelines say they need to check your pelvic floor at the first appointment. If your pelvic floor muscles are tight, you are to be immediately referred to physical therapy. And understand, tight pelvic floor muscles cause frequency, urgency, pressure, pain. This is called myofascial urinary frequency syndrome. Myofascial, muscle-driven frequency, urgency, and pain. All from very, very tight muscles. So I would bet you $100 you have a muscle injury like I had a muscle injury. My symptoms started in 7th grade. I fell and broke my tailbone in 7th grade. It's a no-brainer. I had a bad tailbone break. I mean, literally, I broke my tailbone in half. Broke the tip clean off. And the thing is a lot of muscles attached to your tailbone. So if your tailbone gets broken, you get screwed. So if we look at our model here, okay, hello pelvis. So your pelvis from the front, hip bone, pubic bone. Let's look at it from the back. You got your vertebrae from your spine. You got your sacrum, which are just what we call vestigial vertebrae. These are vertebrae that have fused together. And hello, your friend, the tailbone. And the thing is, we as humans, we aren't consciously using our tailbone. We just think it's passive. Hey, I got a tailbone. So what? Look at everything that attaches to the tailbone. Do you see all these muscles that attach to the tailbone? The tailbone's actually the foundation. It's the center of your pelvic floor. So you've got muscles that go to the left and you've got muscles that go to the right. Your tailbone also curls under. Think about a cat or a dog walking that's happy. Their tailbone's hanging down and the tip is slightly curled under. That's a normal tailbone position. But if you've broken your tailbone and your tailbone is now sticking the opposite, if your tailbone's sticking out instead of sticking under, believe me, what's that going to do to all these muscles? You're going to be toast. If you broke your tailbone and instead of being centered, it's now kinked to one side, then you're going to have tight muscles on one side and short muscles on the other side. One of the best stories that I have, one of the best case studies that I have was from an IC patient who had been bedbound for 10 years. I mean, bedbound. She couldn't work. She couldn't do anything. And she came to one of these meetings I'm doing right now. And I talked about phenotyping. And we went through the symptoms of all the different phenotypes. And one of the phenotypes is pudendal neuralgia. That means a nerve is being squeezed by a muscle. Patients with pudendal neuralgia have pain when they sit down that gets better when they stand up. They bend over, it might hurt. When they move their body, their symptoms change. That's not your bladder. That means muscles and nerves are moving around. So she believed that she had all the symptoms of pudendal neuralgia. So she goes to her urologist, says, hey, I attended this lecture on IC and they talked about pudendal neuralgia and I think that I have that. And her urologist said, I do too. You absolutely have the symptoms of pudendal neuralgia. So then kind of the next step was to try to figure out where and why. And she had either x-rays or an MRI, something. Anyway, here's what they found. Her tailbone was completely out of position. It was poking out. Instead of poking under, it was poking out. No wonder she couldn't sit down. She was literally sitting on the tip of her tailbone, agonizingly painful. And over a period of a year, she worked with a physical therapist. She worked with a chiropractor. Now, I'm not a big fan of chiropractors, but anyway, that's what she did. It took them a year to get her tailbone back in the correct position. And you know what happened? She's not bedbound anymore. She's working again. She said she's 95% better. She had a baby. She has her life back. She had been bedbound for a decade, told she had IC, told to do bladder treatments. Nothing worked for her. That is a phenotyping success story, my friend. When she was phenotyped correctly and they found the muscle nerve problem and they treated the muscle nerve problem, her symptoms went away. She would still be in bed today if she kept on with the bladder treatment. So if you're not responding to therapy, if you're getting worse rather than better, what our guidelines say is stop what you're doing, take a step back and revisit the diagnosis. What have we missed? Don't ever give up. Don't ever, ever, ever give up. You're just a mystery. That's all. And mysteries are complex. We have to figure them out. For some of you, you might have pelvic congestion syndrome. Others could have a fibroid tumor pushing on their bladder. Others could have endometriosis attached to their bladder wall. Some of you might have a Tarlov cyst off of your spinal cord at L4, L5 pushing on the nerves. Don't ever give up, man. We got to dive in and explore the mystery of your body. And one of the questions that patients miss, I just think it's so incredibly important. And this is a question I ask every patient I talk with. The first question I ask is, how old are you? How old were you when your symptoms first began? And is there any event that you associate with the onset of your symptoms? What do you think triggered your symptoms? What do you think triggered it? And you'd be amazed how accurate you are. The problem is that, doctors play in their sandbox. And they don't necessarily ask that question. If you have urinary symptoms, they're going to go, you have a bladder problem. They're not going to look at muscle. They're not going to look for other stuff. You go to a gynecologist with these symptoms, they might go, oh, maybe you've got endometriosis, and they might miss something else. Doctors play in their sandbox. They're organ-centric. And as Dr. Robert Eckenberg says in his brand new book on pelvic pain, and as Jerome Weiss says in his fabulous book, Breaking Through Chronic Pelvic Pain, we have to look at relationships. Nothing operates in isolation in the pelvis. Everything influences everything. Muscles, nerves, blood vessels, organs. And so just because you have your bladder pain, listen, if you get a healthy bladder and they've looked at your bladder and they don't find anything wrong with your bladder, you have a freaking healthy bladder. Why are you doing bladder treatments? Now we've got to look at beyond the bladder, other things that can victimize the bladder and cause these symptoms, like tight pelvic floor muscles, like an old injury to your tailbone, like having a club foot, which is going to mess up your pelvic floor, like an injury to the spinal cord, like past trauma. There are other things that can do this too. There's a great book. Okay, so if you feel like you've done everything, and your doctor's just like, I do not know what the hell is wrong with you. I got nothing for you. And you just don't know what to do next. This is the book you get, Facing Pelvic Pain. It's free on Kindle. No excuses. Get the freaking book. The book is arranged in chapters, and this will help you figure it out. So, for example, and beautifully written. I'm a contributing author to this. This was created at Harvard University. I was really honored when they asked me to contribute, but I did. I wrote a chapter. So they talk about what gynecologic conditions can lead to pelvic pain, which male urologic problems can lead to pelvic pain, which urogenital problems, urethra, etc. What GI problems can lead to pelvic pain, what musculoskeletal problems can lead to pelvic pain. They talk about pelvic floor muscle dysfunction, lumbopelvic hip pain. And the pictures in here are just awesome. So like, for example, if you have sciatica, it is your piriformis muscle that is squeezing the sciatic nerve. So if you have any episodes of sciatica, any moments when pain shoots down your leg, okay, we know what you have. We know you have pelvic floor dysfunction. Abdominal wall dysfunction and nerve entrapment, great. Okay. What types of bone and ligament problems can lead to pelvic pain? Could my pelvic pain come from my spine or my hip? They talk about Tarlov cysts. They talk about pelvic fractures. Injuries to ligaments, injuries to tendons. Okay, which neurological problems can lead to pelvic pain? If you got IBS, vulvodynia, TMJ, migraines, any of those, and we know what you've got widespread pain like I do, that's your central nervous system. Your central nervous system has been injured. So therapeutically, we're going to work on calming all the nerves down. Odds are, too, you've got anxiety disorder. And if you've got anxiety disorder, then we know what you've got. You've got the widespread pain, central nervous system injury. And so therapeutically, again, bladder treatment's pointless. We have to work instead on calming your central nervous system down. And again, so that's something like PEA, which calms nerves down. But there's a lot more. We got to get the anxiety under control, because that just makes everything worse. It's like throwing lighter fluid on a fire, anxiety. That's how bad it is. Joyce said, it's been 14 years ago when I went through chemo. I didn't have any IC symptoms or issues for over 5 years. It's made me wonder why Joyce, it's probably just estrogen atrophy. You're just 5 years older, honey, and your skin has gotten drier. If the vulva is dry and the vagina is dry, so is your urethra and so is the bladder. We call that the genitourinary syndrome of menopause. Audrey said, "Are they still using it with less success? My friend was trying to get me." Okay. I'm not aware of any data that shows that DMSO helps during flares at all. We have to figure out the type of flare you're having first. So, if you want to call me this week, I mean, I work with patients every day on the phone. Be happy to see if I can help a little bit. Chan says, yes, the gynecologist says you have pelvic floor dysfunction. And yes, you fell on your tailbone 2 times badly. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck, girl. You are a tailbone injury patient. We've done articles on tailbone injuries in my magazine. Sherry says, can a physical therapist check your pelvic floor tightness if they have been trained correctly? You're not going to a physical therapist for incontinence. You're not going to a physical therapist for a sonogram. You're not going to a physical therapist for biofeedback training. You're going to a physical therapist to do a hands-on internal examination of your muscles. The only way to reach these muscles is internally, my friends. So when you go to a physical therapist, they need to have the proper training in pelvic floor rehabilitation. And when you go the first time, what they're going to do is a pelvic floor assessment. So usually they start first by having you walk up and down a hallway. We want to see how you walk. We want to see if your hips are balanced. They might measure your legs. Do you have one leg longer than the other? Remember, your ability to describe your symptoms gives them a roadmap. So don't just walk in and say you have IC. That's pointless. You need to walk in and say, hey, doc, listen, I have pain with sex. I can't start my urine stream right away. I might get pain that shoots down my leg. I might have pain in my left butt cheek. You need to remember that physical therapist is a new set of eyes studying the structures of your pelvis. Okay, so that physical therapist, give them questions. I mean, give them information. They need more and more information. Don't just walk in and clam up. Okay, eventually they're going to say, can I do an internal examination? Your answer is going to be, please, yes, I want you to do that. You're not in stirrups. It's nothing like that. You're basically laying on a physical therapy table with your knees slightly up, and they are going to insert a gloved finger with lubricant into your vagina or rectum. Okay, see that? Y'all see my finger right there? And what they're going to do is they're just going to touch muscle groups. That's all. They're going to touch muscles on the left side and the right side. And if they can touch a muscle and trigger your pain, that's what we call your hallelujah moment. That's very exciting. So a healthy muscle feels like a raw chicken breast. It's soft, but it has substance. A tight muscle feels like a cooked chicken breast. And a badly damaged muscle feels like beef jerky. So I was actually working with a physical therapist like 6 weeks ago who made that clarification. Okay, so a healthy muscle is soft, but it has substance. A tight muscle feels like a cooked chicken breast. And a badly damaged muscle feels like beef jerky. So all they're going to do, again, is they're just going to touch muscles. And if they can touch a muscle, what happens when these muscles get tight, they lift. Because you can see the muscles generally lay along the bone. They lay along the bottom and the sides of your pelvis. So when they get tight, they kind of lift up and away and into your bladder and into muscle. They get in the way and they start interfering with stuff. So they're going to feel it right away. And the physical therapist might then, if they find a tender spot, they're going to rub their finger over it. They're just going to try to get that muscle to relax and release. I mean, if you had a muscle knot in your back, what do? You have somebody rub it and it will release. And so with internal physical therapy, that's what we're doing. We're looking for those muscles that have gotten tight and lifted out, and we're just going to gently rub them back. And it works beautifully, and I'm living proof that it works beautifully. Listen, guys, my IBS is gone, my vulvodynia is gone, my IC is gone, and whenever I start having pain, it's always muscular, and usually it's because I've sat too long. Like right now, I feel a little bit of pain in my left butt cheek from sitting here so long. What time is it? It's 4 o'clock, and I've only had 2 glasses of water. Not good. Okay. Jan said, but pelvic floor therapy only gave 1 exercise after 1 hour, and it didn't help, so I didn't go back. That said wine irritate. Honey, you're missing the point entirely. I mean, you went to a poorly trained pelvic floor physical therapist. Were they properly certified in pelvic floor work? I would bet you they weren't, because this is not exercise driven. This is finger in the vagina working on muscles driven. So I think it's important that you get back to a proper physical therapist who will do the proper internal work to get these muscles healthy. And you're saying why, and the reason why your bladder is sensitive is because you're in a state of ischemia. Your muscles are so tight that they're restricting blood flow to the bladder. So if your bladder is supposed to get 24 units of blood a day and it's only getting 10 because your muscles are so tight, are you going to have a healthy bladder wall? No, of course not. Myofascial urinary frequency syndrome. That's the new name. This is frequency urgency caused by tight dysfunctional muscles that have left you in a state of ischemia. Isabel said, I missed the beginning. What's the new study? I stopped Elmiron 3 years ago. All right. So, Isabel, the new study showed, it's a devastating new study that showed that the damage progresses even after you stop the medication. And it was a 4-year study. I believe that every patient in the study got worse over time, 4 years after stopping the med. Some had the eye damage appear in the other eye, and we have pictures. And so this is what the researchers feared 5 or 6 years ago. If you looked at the very first letter to the editor that the eye researchers wrote to urologists, is they expressed this concern that there was a chance that the eye damage could progress even after stopping Elmiron. And they have now proven that that is indeed happening in some patients. And they're not the only ones. I was sharing the story of a ophthalmologist at Harvard who also found that damage progressed after a patient stopped the medication for many years, like 7 years, 6 years later, it was in the other eye and it was getting worse. And now we know why. Now we have a validated study that shows that progression is indeed happening. And the Emory researchers believe that patients need much better education on the risks of starting Elmiron. I have hold on a sec, because I asked for a quote. Let me read that to you, what they wrote to me when I inquired about this new study. Hold on. All right. Okay, and so let me go here and let me go here. All right. So, I actually have two things that I can share with you. So I asked about if there was any insight on effective treatments or things that patients can do to minimize the damage. Uh, and unfortunately, I don't have a good answer to that. Okay, so one of the lead scientists. Let's see, hold on. We have learned a lot from this 4-year prospective study and are indebted to the participants for their involvement. Unfortunately, the results aren't what we'd all hoped for. The study suggests that individuals with pentosan polysulfate maculopathy do not improve after stopping the medication, and in many cases, the disease continues to worsen. Moving forward, we have to strive to prevent this from happening in the first place, and that starts with the judicious use of this medication. Remember, Elmiron was the only act in town years ago. So pretty much every patient diagnosed with IC was given that. Now that we're phenotyping, we understand that that's pointless. Judicious use of the med. And that patients need to be educated and informed about the risks of this med before starting it, including the fact that it may cause blindness and that the damage could worsen over time. So Tan says, I don't know if I broke my tailbone, but with your mention of pain on one side, I have left low back, hip, iliopsoas, TFL tightness since 2017. They did find that you have mild scoliosis. I never knew about that. I need the phenotyping. That's problem number one. Honey, you're my twin. I have scoliosis too, and I have all the left low minus my left SI joint. Phenotyping you is going to be pretty easy. Lori says, I had a club foot when I was born. Very interesting. Yeah. So, Lori, the challenge with the club foot is that depending upon, and I've worked with a few patients who have also been born with a club foot, is getting your legs the same length and hitting the ground in the same way. And so when you have a club foot, I mean, it's your big toe is supposed to absorb your weight when you walk, but you don't have a big toe. And so that weight is being absorbed by your heel and maybe by other structures that are still in your hip. I mean, it's still in your foot, but that then changes your kind of biodynamics, for lack of a better term, the way your muscles are moving when you're walking. And all those stresses get redirected back up your legs, into your hips, into your pelvic floor. And so, and then you have to look at scoliosis because scoliosis is weird. I'm a patient with scoliosis. So with scoliosis, we have one hip that rotates forward and one hip that rotates backwards. And then that screws up your pelvic floor. So, it's bonkers the way that bones over time, especially as we get older, create wear and tear injuries that become harder and harder for our body to respond to. And then eventually that wear and tear injury is going to start triggering pain and discomfort. And now we then have to go in and try to fix it. For some people, it might be putting a little insert in their foot. In their shoe. I wear a little tiny insert in my right shoe. And I will say that's helped. It's like 1/4 of an inch, but it actually has helped a little bit. Tian said, I also started having bladder infection, tonsil ears, abandonment trauma when I was 3. Girl, we got things to talk about because that adverse childhood events also creates the foundation for widespread pain. Which book, Audrey? I'm not sure which book. You can go back in the recording and look, or you can just call me. Tan, you're welcome, honey. You don't have to say you're sorry. That's why I'm here to take questions. You don't have to be quiet. Peggy says, hope your Christmas was a merry one. Girl, we were all sick. All sick. Would you believe it? My sister's family, they didn't just have a cold, they actually had influenza. And the biggest, strongest in the family ended up at the ER on Christmas Eve, struggling to breathe. It was so bad. They were all diagnosed with influenza. The kids, I haven't talked to my sister in a couple of days. I hope she's okay. I got a text from her though. Janice, if you're listening, are you okay? So yeah, no, I stayed home. This is what we call a soup and crackers Christmas. I was not going to risk getting exposed to influenza, and I still won't do it because my body is not as strong because of my surgery, you know? So it was what did I do? I watched I did a puzzle on my kitchen table while watching Billy Bob Thornton. And then I made soup. I made chicken noodle soup. Judy says, how do you send stars? I don't know. It's just a Facebook thing. If you find these helpful, the best thing you can do is just come on over to the IC Network website, icnetwork.org, and join our mailing list. It's free. Or you can make a donation, go into the IC Network shop. You can buy products from us. That really helps me pay the bills. Or you can make a donation, or you can become a member and get our magazine, the IC Optimist. I'm working on the winter IC Optimist now. And that's where we do our best work, is in our magazine. So just go to icnetwork.org. Diane says, I'm wondering if I can heal my bladder with estrogen atrophy so that I can drink more acidic beverages without pain someday. I've been using estrogen cream for almost 2 years and it helps some, but not completely. I'm strict with the IC diet for 3 months. Okay, so Diane. I want to say this to you in the right way. The only thing that can heal your bladder is your bladder. You can't heal your bladder. There's no medication out there that's going to heal your bladder. Your job is to create an environment that will support your bladder repairing itself. Okay? And so if you were young, I would say the most important thing you would need to do is follow the diet. Because if you have a wounded bladder and you're pouring acid on that wound every single day, your bladder would never heal. Like if I had a wound on my hand and would I pour Coke on it every day? What would happen to that wound if I poured Coke on it every day or coffee on it every day? Would it heal? Of course not. It would get much, much worse. So let's just say you have the bladder wall phenotype chemical injury. Okay. We got to figure out the chemical that's damaging your bladder, get rid of it, and give your bladder a couple of months to heal. But if you're pouring acid on the wound every day, it'll never heal. Even if you're using estrogen, it'll never heal. If you have Hunner's lesions are, we think, viral infections. So what's going to heal that? What's going to heal that is killing the virus or getting it to go into remission. So the lactoferrin is a good first attempt at that. If you've got pelvic floor dysfunction as the underlying cause for your bladder wall sensitivity, what's going to help is restoring blood supply to your bladder. That means we got to get rid of these tight muscles. Physical therapy is the issue. What we can't change is the march of time, my friend. You and I are older now. You and I will never have a 20-year-old bladder again, even with estrogen. This is what happens when we get older, is things start to change. Skin starts to dry. And, you know, I was a care provider for my elderly parents for many, many years. They came into this chat all the time. Many of you met them, my dad or my mom. My dad made it to 100, my mom made it to 94. As they got older, they started having issues with certain foods, my dad especially. He could not do coffee anymore. He was up all night peeing if he did coffee. That is, and he did not have he didn't have, prostate cancer or anything like that. That was just his skin becoming much, much more sensitive. And so we took the coffee out. And then every now and then he'd forget and want a cup of coffee. It's like, Dad, no, no, don't do it. Don't do it. He'd do it anyway. He'd be up all night for a couple of nights, you know. So I think that the only way that you're going to get away with more acidic beverages is if you do pre-leaf that will neutralize the acid. I mean, that's your best case scenario. I mean, you're doing the estrogen cream, you're working on your skin, you're getting it as healthy as you possibly can. Man, you're dying for that, whatever. Let's just say a cup of green tea, and green tea devastating to a bladder. It's so high in acid and caffeine. Please, green tea is agony. The only way you might be able to get away with it is if you take a couple pre-leaves before that. 2 caplets of pre-leaf will reduce 95% of the acid in a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. But, the reality is we're getting older, my friend. And as we get older, we're going to start getting more sensitive. Our body's just going to struggle with a few more things. Like my diet is, like I have a rotisserie chicken that I bought this morning at a grocery store. I got some zucchini. I'll probably have zucchini, rice, and chicken for dinner. And anyway, Jerry Ann said, I'm new here. Have you ever discussed if COVID vaccines could have caused IC? Honey, we don't have any hard data that shows that COVID vaccines started IC. I can tell you that COVID itself can start IC, and we have the research that proves that. We have absolute research that proves that COVID can start de novo urinary symptoms. De novo means these patients have no history of bladder issues until they get COVID. Once they've had COVID, they develop all the symptoms of overactive bladder. Many have been diagnosed with interstitial cystitis when the actual diagnosis is COVID cystitis. And I have a whole website on this, covidcystitis.org. And so that's absolutely validated in research. Has COVID vaccines come up? Yes, but I've never seen any credible data that has associated the COVID vaccine with IC. I had AFib from the last COVID vaccine that I had 2 months ago. I'll never have another one. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer. But I have no data at all about COVID triggering IC. But I think you'll find every now and then, you might find somebody online who might say they believed it plays a role. But it's far more likely that COVID itself affected the bladder and caused COVID cystitis. And my cardiologist told me I could never have another vaccine because of what it did to my heart. That's the challenge. The more COVID you get, the greater the risk of it changing your heart rhythm. And I had COVID last February, and I developed COVID tachycardia from it. And I still have that tachycardia today from it. And then the COVID vaccine made it much, much worse. So I got a very, very stern lecture from the emergency room. I mean, because realize that the ambulance guys asked me if I wanted to be resuscitated. They thought I was going to die in the ambulance 2 months ago. My heart was bonkers 12 hours after having the vaccine. And I'm still getting over the trauma that triggered a lot of health anxiety for me. So anyway. So I was literally in the emergency room. I'm not lying. I mean, the ambulance, siren, everything, get to the hospital. They got me set up to shock my heart. My heart was just dangerously innate. I mean, it was really bad. And I just was like, what the hell is happening? I was just out of it totally. But and when we were in the ER and they started giving me heart meds, it slowly started to calm down and it finally re-regulated itself. So I didn't have to be shocked. But I was literally reading the research from the National Library of Medicine to the cardiologists in the ER, going, "Hey, look, brand new study, COVID vaccine, AFib," and he's like, "Really?" It's like, here, look at it. He goes, "Oh, we didn't know that." And it's like, well, damn it, you need to know now. And I've since found in this very meeting, this happened to a couple of other of our members, had exactly the same problem that I did with the COVID vaccine. I believe it saved many lives, but what the research shows is the more vaccinations you have, the greater the risk of it affecting your heart and changing your heart rhythm. And I've had every COVID vax because I was caring for my elderly parents and I didn't want to give it to them. Judy says, I've had multiple surgeries for endo. 4 of them opened the abdomen in the same place. Do you think my bladder pain could be due to scar tissue? Judy, it's more likely that the scar tissue could be limiting blood supply or affecting nerves of some type. There's a book you might be able to get. Ending Female Pain by Isa Herrera. I don't know if you can get this in print. It's probably on Kindle. And this is the book that talks about scar tissue and how to manipulate scar tissue. And let me see if I can find that section. Yeah, scar massage, page 189 and 190. So let me look at this. Yeah, chapter 11, scar care techniques. Post-surgical scar adhesions occur in women after most pelvic, abdominal, and C-section surgeries. The fibrous bands that form during the healing process post-surgery often cause tissues to grow together that normally would not be connected. In my experience, the longer a woman waits to seek therapy for her scars, the denser and tougher the scar adhesions become. I have seen women develop pelvic and sexual pain as a result of abdominal surgeries for fibroids, hysterectomy, C-sections, and endometriosis, even though there were no incisions made in the pelvic floor muscles. Women who have experienced any of the above surgical procedures will benefit from stretching and mobilizing their scars to prevent adhesions. Many women who come to me have no idea how to care for their scars. In particular, women who undergo C-sections and other abdominal surgeries are often not given advice on how to care for their scars when they leave the hospital. Some may even feel ashamed of their C-section scars. And many women are afraid to touch their scars and experience problems because their scars are bound down, inflexible, and have dense adhesions. That's what mine feel bound down too. Isn't that interesting language? Further, post-surgical patients often complain to me about upper and lower back and neck pain. I find many of these spinal pains are related to postural problems because their scars are pulling their bodies inward and forward, causing trigger points of spasms in the scars and muscles. Some of my patients also complain about not being able to wear certain clothes. Many tell me they feel the changes in the weather in their scars. Yeah, like I can't wear sports bras anymore, and I wore them every day for years, and I can't wear even a slight compression bra. It's just too. Ugh. Anyway, so he's got scar techniques, scar massage basics, how to do trigger point release, and then a lot of pictures on how to do it. Little circles, you can see that, little circles over the scar, going this way and this way. Scar rolling over here, where you kind of pick it up and you roll it between your fingers. makes me want to bear with me here, my friends. I haven't tried rolling it. Interesting. Stretching techniques. Anyway, girl, this is the book. Ending Female Pain by Isa Herrera. Get this book. It'll help. Alrighty. We have been going for 3.5 hours. Sherry says, do you need to schedule a call with me? No, just try calling. I'm first come, first serve almost every day. Mondays are my day off. I probably shouldn't have even worked today. I should have given myself a break, but I didn't. So I will be taking tomorrow off for sure. When you say call me, may I ask what number? It's right on our website. I'll put it right here. 800-928-7496 is our toll-free number. Anne said, do I like Calciblend? Let me look at it. I want to know what the active ingredient is. I do not remember. It's coffee tamer. So what is the active ingredient? Calciblend is a natural mineral formula that reduces the acidity in foods and beverages. The active ingredients are calcium, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. So I would prefer pre-leaf because pre-leaf does not have potassium in it or sodium in it. Pre-leaf is calcium glycerophosphate, so it doesn't have the extra ingredients that might irritate the bladder wall. Ooh, look at that. The sun is shining. What is that shining off of? Is that shining off of my window? The sun is setting. Ooh, that's bright. I should say that Pre-Leaf is, full disclosure, Pre-Leaf has sponsored the IC network for the last 20 years. They've sponsored every IC group, now owned by DSC Healthcare Solutions. Wonderful company. We have a new product that I've helped them develop that will be coming out next month. That's very, very exciting. Diane says she uses Pre-Leaf with low-acid decaf coffee, and that seems to help, but I should probably avoid even that for a few months so your bladder can heal more. I think so. I mean, if you had a wound on your hand, would you pour coffee with Pre-Leaf on it? And the answer is no. Audrey said, I had to go without coffee many times because of flares. Right now I'm doing 2/3 decaf, 1/4 regular, and it has to be a certain brand. Audrey, the best brand, honestly, that we have found is called Bella Rosa. Bella Rosa. And that's validated by UC Davis. They were comparing the, what's the name of the acid? There's a specific acid in coffee. It starts with a C. That is known for causing the stomach and the bladder irritation. Carbonic, is it? No, it's not carbonic. It's, okay, it starts with a C. It's kind of an arcane chemistry name. Anyway, this acid is produced When you roast beans in a metal drum, the contact of a hot metal on a coffee bean triggers the development of this very, very harsh and irritating acid. And so, air processing the bean with an air roasting is much better at reducing acid, but also where the coffee bean grows. A lower altitude is lower in acid than higher altitude. And then last but not least is how do you roast the coffee? Hot water extracts more acid from the bean. So doing a typical roasting process with hot water is going to pull more acids out and make it more irritating. Whereas if you use a cold brew process, the cold brew minimizes acid in the coffee. So your best case scenario is a Bella Rosa decaf or half calf. Oh, and they also make half calf. And so that would be better than you doing the 2/3, 1/4 potentially. So anyway, best case scenario is a Bella Rosa decaf or half calf cold brew. And if you need to, you can always use a little bit of pre-leaf too. Jerry said, my bladder symptoms started after my last bendamustine and rituximab infusion that I also had with COVID and a UTI. Not sure which one did it. We would have to look at the adverse events for those meds to see which one. So we can now ship to Canada again, guys. So now that the strike is over. Lisa said, what do I recommend for IC patients to clean out their colon? I also don't have symptoms, but I wondered, nothing. Those are companies trying to make a buck scaring you. Your colon is not filled with parasites. And the problem is whenever you do colon cleanse, you kill the good bacteria. You decimate the biome. And that's the last thing we want to do in the bowel. And the last thing we want to do in the bladder, Lisa, is do a colon cleanse. I mean, listen, I had a tapeworm once after swimming in a brown river in Hawaii. My cousins who lived in Hawaii tricked me. I fell in. I swallowed a big, giant mouthful of brown green water, and I got a worm from it. Okay, and I had to leave stool samples, and I had to take medications for that. So if you have swallowed brown muddy water, or you were traveling foreign in Central America or India or somewhere in Asia or even Africa, then yes, I think you want to get tested to see if you have a parasite. But if you've been here in the United States, honey, you don't have a parasite unless you have Giardia, which, believe me, lots of people would have it. Or if you're on a well and your well is contaminated, then you can get your water tested. But we do not recommend any colon cleanses, just like we do not recommend any douches. Because the last thing we want to do is destroy it. And whoever is saying that 90% of the people have parasites, no. Listen, the human body, we got more bacteria in our body than we do cells in our body. We have an abundant population of bacteria that keep us alive. They help us to digest food. They produce food. They are critical to triggering our immune system. And ideally, if we've eaten a balanced diet, we're not eating too much sugar, and we haven't taken a lot of antibiotics, we've got a good, robust colony of bacteria that are just happily living and helping us live. But once you take antibiotics, once you do something which is going to decimate that biome, then we're in a state of distress. And the last thing we want to do is go in and clean out the good bacteria that are desperately trying to fix things. So hard no on that, honey. Hard no on colon cleanses. Hard, giant no. I would never do a colon cleanse. If I thought I were having bowel issues, I'd give a stool sample. Go ahead, guys, check it out, see what you find. But I'm not going to believe somebody online saying we all have parasites, we better buy their product, to do a colon cleanse. Utterly, utterly harmful in the long run, in my opinion. Hey, you didn't expect that, did you? Yeah, we have pre-leaf, but pre-leaf used to be at Costco, but it's just a hard market. But I will tell you, DSC Healthcare Solutions has been doing some fabulous marketing. The brand is growing. Hopefully, we'll see it at more stores. But in the meantime, please buy it from us because that helps me do these meetings. There's nothing, you guys, I have to say, I'm just going to be really honest here. There's nothing more frustrating than spending 30 minutes with a patient on the phone, going through their case, saying, "Hey, you might want to try Pre-Leaf. It's like we have it in our store." And they go, "Oh, yeah, but where's it the cheapest? I want to go get it for the cheapest." It's like, wait, I just spent 30 minutes with you. Isn't that worth a buck more? I rarely ever say that, but that's like going through my mind every single time. Like, if you find these meetings helpful, just please, I never go back and check, but if you can just buy some stuff from the IC Network website, it just helps tremendously. So my goal, my friends are all retiring now. My best friend just retired. Okay. I love my job. I want to keep doing this for another 10 years if I can. But the only way I can do this is if we have money coming in, because you wouldn't believe the cost of running the IC network. I mean, it's substantial, and it has been. Okay. So one thing about pre-leaf, guys, is don't eat it like candy. You only take it. You only take it before you're going to eat something that might be acidic. That calcium has to go somewhere. And if you're eating too much, you might end up with kidney stones. So 9 a day, Diane, I think that's a wee bit high. I really do. I would think that 2 or 3 a day, you're good. 9 a day, you might be pushing it if you're doing that in perpetuity over time. I don't know. I would be a little concerned though. Jerry Ann says, does the long-term use of pre-leaf help the bladder to heal? No. It's okay. So Jerry Ann, you're missing the point. Pre-leaf is not a Band-Aid. It has no coating effect. All pre-leaf does is reduce acid. Pre-leaf does not act on the bladder at all. It reduces the acid of the foods you're eating in your stomach so that when it finally gets to your bladder in urine, it's not so acidic and irritating. So it's not a bladder treatment. It's just a way to eat something acidic without having it trigger a bad flare. Okay. Diane says, does magnesium also work like pre-leaf and neutralize acid? I don't know. Maybe a little. The problem with magnesium is if you eat too much magnesium, you're going to end up with loose bowel. That's not good. With calcium blisterphosphate in pre-leaf, that's not going to, it should not leave you in the same situation that magnesium would. High levels of magnesium will cause bowel issues for sure. Yeah. So Cherry's mentioning chemo. It's very common for various forms of chemo to trigger chemocystitis, IC symptom. Tan says, what are the symptoms of a tapeworm? That must have been traumatic. It was horrifyingly embarrassing. Oh, I had, what did I have? Like, I really had trouble flying home. I don't even remember. I was 18. It was my first trip to Hawaii. I had family living there. I know I had trouble. I know my guts got really bad. Obviously, I'd swallowed brown muddy water. It was terrible. I know I had terrible diarrhea. Really worried about could I even get on a plane? And then I remember that my parents had to call my brother to pick us up in the car to get me home quickly. That's all I remember. And then having to produce a fecal sample. And I don't even remember everything. I mean, it was utterly foolish. I should never have been in that water. But I don't even remember everything they found. All I knew is that it could have been Giardia too, but I definitely had a worm of some type. I had a parasite of some type. Lisa says, thank you, Jill, for this info. I cringe when I watch an advertisement for parasite cleanses, and you're right. All they want to do is sell you something. I mean, literally, guys. I mean, who out there's had a cat or a dog? Okay. There's nothing worse than waking up in the morning with a cat butt on your chest, tail up, and you're looking at rectum. You don't know how they do it. You've been sound asleep. I had a little tiny cat. She could manipulate me in the middle of the night. I don't know how she did it, but every morning I would end up like this. I would have a cat right here or right here. And in the 20 years I had her, a couple of times, I would see a little tapeworm segment coming, hanging out of her bottom, like this long, moving. And you immediately jump up, look at your bedding, change everything, wash everything, take her to the bathroom, get it out, put it in a paper bag, send it to the doctor, and get the meds. It's perfectly cringeworthy to have that happen. And that's happened with cats and dogs. Worms are out there. Tapeworms are common. If you got fleas carry tapeworm. Snails carry tapeworm. You name it, it's out there. Ann says, are probiotics like Therabiotic Complete safe for IC? You'll have to try it and see how you do. Some people flare with some probiotics. Okay, what was I doing? I was doing, so before my gallbladder removal, I was doing very happily a coconut yogurt. No problems with it at all. Coconut milk yogurt. Couldn't do saturated fat after my surgery. So I switched to Oikos high protein yogurt that had different bacteria in it. And I definitely, over a period of 6 weeks, got more and more bowel problems. And then finally, kind of hit me on the head. Oh, wait a second. Could this be the yogurt? And as soon as I stopped the yogurt, it stopped. And now I'm back on Faye zero fat yogurt. We'll see. Some say the best way to get it is with kefir, but I don't like the taste of kefir. That drink is kind of soury, sparkly, milky, something. See you later, Audrey. You're welcome, Judy. Okay, so for anybody new who's come in, because this has been a very productive day, my voice is starting to go. Hold on, I had one more thing I had to. Okay, so getting back to how I introduced this meeting, that we have this devastating new research study on Elmiron causing retinal disease, and that we now know that the disease and damage progresses even after you stop the med in some patients, some but not all patients. That essentially it's leading to a situation where the retina begins to atrophy. It's never good. So, interestingly, okay. Now I want you to think about it from a legal standpoint for a moment here. So, for those who support Elmiron use because they make money from it, something like this is devastating, right? Because now we can show, researchers have shown that the use of this medication can cause potentially what appears to be irreversible damage to the eye. So the powers that be years ago, one of the ways that they tried to defeat this is by suggesting that maybe retinal damage is a normal part of IC. Maybe it just hasn't been documented well. And so they actually did a clinical trial. It was at clinicaltrials.gov, where they were trying to prove an association between IC and retinal damage anyway, regardless of whether Elmiron's used or not. I don't believe that that was ever published. However, a doctor did write a letter to the editor of the Journal of the Canadian Journal of Urology, where he basically kind of undermined the arguments for retinal disease. So in this case, the original eye researchers who found it responded to that doctor. And I wanted to read this to you. So, and the name of the doctor who wrote the editorial where he was suggesting that retinal disease could be part of IC, his name is Jeffrey Proctor. The Emory researchers are doctors, Dr. Foote, Dr. Jane, and Dr. Shiromani. Okay, so these are the Emory doctors responding to Dr. Proctor. Dear editor, we read with interest the paper by Dr. Proctor in the December issue regarding pentosan polysulfate maculopathy. Dr. Proctor poses a fair question. Does pentosan polysulfate cause this distinctive vision-threatening macular disease, or is this a non-causal association? This is an important question we have considered since we described this condition in 2018. Although for years we have refrained from describing this as a toxicity, we now believe that the totality of the evidence does support a causal link. Since the author has used the Bradford Hill criteria to frame his discussions, we will do as well to briefly outline our rationale. Now, many studies, greater than 40 by many authors across varied populations, have demonstrated an association between pentosan use and a distinctive macular disease. Numerous studies have demonstrated temporality as well as a dose-response relationship. The maculopathy is noted after starting pentosan, and the risk of maculopathy increases with the cumulative exposure to pentosan. Further, the retinal findings are highly specific. The differential diagnosis for this unique phenotype typically includes inherited macular diseases, which have a prevalence of less than 1 in 1,000. We were therefore startled to observe 6 cases of this unique condition among 38 pentosan users in our initial study. So remember, the original prevalence was 1 in 1,000. Well, they found 6 in 38, right? So what's the percentage of that? Like 30%? No. Well, anyway, okay. Finally, new experimental data corroborates a causal relationship. We've recently reported our findings in an animal model demonstrating that pentosan exposure leads to deleterious impacts on visual function and retinal exposure or retinal structure in mice. Dr. Proctor theorizes that there may be an indication bias and that the underlying disease of interstitial cystitis may be related to the maculopathy through shared pathologic mechanisms. However, there is no empiric evidence to support this. To the contrary, our retrospective study demonstrated that among 219 patients with IC, there were 0 cases of this. There were 0 cases of this maculopathy among 139 non-pentosan users and 14 cases among 80 pentosan users. If we broaden our perspective, we can use Dr. Proctor's estimate of there being as many as 10 million individuals living in the US living with IC. Our administrative claims data suggests that a much smaller number of pentosan users in the hundreds of thousands. If the maculopathy were due to IC itself, we would expect to see many cases of pentosan non-users, and we have yet to see one. Finally, an anecdote. There are several urogynecology specialists in our region who are known for their expertise in IC. One of us is a certified urologist who has treated hundreds of IC patients over 30 years, but rarely uses pentosan. Although we have seen many cases of pentosan maculopathy in recent years, we have yet to see one from his practice. Pentosan maculopathy is a visually disabling condition for many affected patients. We believe that it is preventable. Prescribers of pentosan should be aware of this important safety concern when treating patients with IC. We generally agree with the guidance in the commentary by Dr. Evans and Zhu, and that prescribers can refer to our prior work for guidelines regarding visual screening. In brief, we favor annual retinal screening among pentosan users, ideally with a retina specialist who would have access to the recommended diagnostic testing. Lastly, we want to alert our readers to new data from our group linking pentosan to a new onset colopathy diagnosed as inflammatory bowel disease in many of our patients. In some cases, affected patients underwent colectomy to address severe disease with colonic dysplasia. Patients typically described an improvement in their lower GI symptoms after stopping pentosan. Further work is required to explore a potential causal relationship between pentosan use and this colonic disease. So that's a really good example of doctors challenging other doctors. And you know, when I go to these conferences, and granted, I haven't been to one since COVID. Our next one is in Las Vegas in April. I'm hoping I might get there. You have to understand that there's never across the board agreement on anything. Doctors come in with a lot of strong opinions, and doctors are already, especially urologists, are already a bit on the arrogant side. And we need them to be arrogant because they're operating on us. We don't want somebody who's not confident to do a medical procedure. So it's okay if a doctor is arrogant as long as they're not condescending to you. That said, there's been a lot of historical disagreement in the IC world over the years. You know, at one point in time, all the Europeans left the American research movement because the Americans were so damn cocky and aggressive. And I saw that personally. I witnessed that personally. And the Europeans definitely created their own IC research group. And thank God they did, because they made really, 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 really good, important breakthroughs in IC. So there's always going to be conflict. There's always going to be gamesmanship. There's always going to be push and pull. But I think in issues like this, where we have a lot of research which has shown eye damage, that it's disappointing to hear urologists minimizing this. And there are still some urologists out there pushing Elmiron, and they're telling their patients, well, I've never seen that in my clinic, despite a black box warning. And Of course, they wouldn't have seen it in their clinic because they don't do retina exams in their clinic. And so it takes a lot of I mean, think about what these guys did. I mean, they make this finding. They know they're taking on big pharma. They know that they're opening up a legal can of worms, personally and professionally, by making a correlation between an adverse event and an FDA approved medication. Did they do the right thing? 100% they did the right thing because they put you first. And then think about the position that put the IC groups in, because there's only one IC group that's talked about this. Why hasn't the other group talked about this? I could not, in good conscience, not share this information with you 5 years ago. It's just, you come first. The patient has to come first. You deserve the right to know if something you're taking has the potential of harming you. And that's why I chose to act, and we did the survey and we did the research, and that was very difficult. Some people said you should have waited a year, and I went, how can I look IC patients in the face knowing that they took a medication which could cause blindness for another year? They would have said, Jill, why didn't you tell us? I could have stopped this a year ago, maybe saved my eyesight. I couldn't do that. Just like I couldn't sit on this. You deserve the right to know. That is my opinion. So anyway, well, listen, guys, we've been going for 4 hours. My voice is about done. I want to thank you so much for watching. Should be here next Sunday, knock on wood. Happy New Year to everybody. New year, new start. 2024 is almost done. Praise God. Hallelujah. The year is almost over. It's been an awful year for many of us. We have a new year, and yes, things are changing. But listen, we can't control what's happening out in politics. They're going to do what they're going to do. What we're going to do is live our lives. We're going to care for our family. We're going to care for our body. We're going to make better decisions. We're going to exercise. We're going to eat better. And we're going to get through this together. All right, my friends? I will see you on the other side. Have a wonderful New Year's. All right? All right, guys. Talk to you later. I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube first. Bye, YouTube. See ya.